Oh, yo. Okay, I think that's all the buttons. Oh, dear, dear. How are you guys doing? Hello, hello. Yo. Just checking my background. Yo. How you guys doing? Welcome on in. Lovely to have you, my delicious friends. Oh. Right, I'm still not done. Let's just wipe down my surfaces. Hope you're all having a lovely day. Don't worry. There's nothing untoward going on here. I've just realised before I drag my tablet across my desk, just get all the tea stains and dust off of it. Don't worry, there's no goo. Vivacious Alice, Sock in a Jar, Nikki, the lovely Nikki G, MRG, Plo, Gabby. Guys, I do apologise if I sound like I've got a frog in my throat today. My throat feels a bit rough, which is always a great time to start streaming and talking. But how are you guys doing? It's my favourite thing to do in the office when I'm bored and I want to ruin other people's calm. Oh look, they're on a web meeting, but they didn't bother shutting the goddamn door to the meeting office. Your fault! Yo, Blind Orange, how you doing, man? One sec. Mikey, we're all going to book ourselves into a meeting so that you're left in charge all of a sudden of the contact centre, even though you have already been given different jobs from us that you need to get done by the end of the day for us. But we're still going to take off all the other team leaders and book them into a quick meeting. How are you? Good for you! I'm going to clean my desk! No. It's not like that, come on. This is a peaceful stream. Mate, wet wipes. Worth their weight in gold, these things. So England has an energy crisis. Let's talk about everything. How was the week off? I got loads of work done. Thank you for asking. Nothing like a week off to work really hard. Oh my god, we've got 2 subscribers. Let me get my glasses on. Anyway, so it's my way of saying I'm probably going to have like a really scratchy throat for a bit. I'm going to drink some tea, have a strepsil, wait for everything to kind of calm down in my chest. I have no idea what's going on. I otherwise feel fine. And then we'll crack on. Okay. I have a meeting soon. I just wanted to say, like, fuck off. Outrageous. Who booked in that meeting? Did you bother double checking to see if there's enough team leaders on the floor? Or did you just think, hey, how about some time for me to get my own work done? This is what everybody used to fucking do in my old office. They'd get overworked, and instead of telling anybody about it, they'd book meeting rooms. Because, like, whenever you're doing stuff, you're also in charge of everyone else. So to get their work done, people would just book 1-hour meetings with themselves so that they could go into a meeting room and get their work done without being bothered. Fuck you, anyway. I don't miss that life at all. I really don't. I look back on it really fondly, but I don't miss it. Do Brazilians appear on your live often? Yugs one sin. Yo, Yugs. Tudo bem, Yugs? Salve, salve, amigo. Mate. Yo soy mitad Latino. I'm Brazilian, man. I'm a little bit Brazilian. Only a little. Sorry, this is what I do instead of having a shower. Mate, I love my Brazilianos. No, I'm only kidding. Alright. Now, let me put my glasses on and catch up with chat. Guys, we're doing a day stream. I don't usually do these. I'm not a daytime person. This isn't Nurofen. I want a Strepsil. Oh my god, this is my last one. Gross, huh? Okay, good. Now that's done. Now that that's done, we can crack on. How are you guys? Oh. Let me just open up chat properly. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I've got the aircon in the background. Ugh. A great big hello to Bill Nash, Jen Blackthorn, Vivacious Alice, Nova Variables, Skate 4 Baching 44SS, hello there. I'm new to Twitch. I'm not sure if I'm saying your name correctly, and I'm so sorry I'm coughing, I'm just clearing my throat. I'm going to call you Baching for a moment. Welcome on in, how you doing? Well, lovely to see you, dude. We're going to work on some slightly behind Patreon stuff today. Unit 2B from Nier Automata. Oh, I'm crying. Okay, wow, I'm not kidding. I just had a little tear there. I was just remembering all my fallen bros and hoes from the art category. I just shed a little tear for Pink Eye Proxy, Maddie, MeWe, Dave Greco, all the old big names from back in the day. Yo, hello. How you guys doing? I need to put on some ice serum in a minute. Yo! Private Demo, thank you so much for subscribing. How are you? Happy afternoon to you too. Also, due to Ramo, thank you so much for the 35 months, and Mr. Rowley, thank you very much for the 18 months. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, guys. I fear. Okay. That's my tablet clean. Oh. Guys, today we're going to do some art. I just need to obviously organise my Photoshop setup a little bit so that it works for stream. One biggie, one small. Let me do that. Sock in a jar, hi. Vivacious Alice, hello. Gem. Mr. Pepper Mist, hello. Mr. Pepper Mist. Blue Radish, first time joining in. Oh, welcome on. We've got a lot of first timers today. Guys, welcome on in. Thank you very much for bothering to pop Mikey on your stream. For anybody who's new, it basically goes like this. It's lovely to see you guys. We chat for a bit, and then we chat and we draw, and eventually my energy levels drop after eating my food, and I stop reading chat. I stop reading chat altogether, and I just draw. However, we might move over to video games later. I've got your suggestions for a whole range of video games to start playing. Oh, Vivacious Alice, have you got the evening off? Do you get to relax, Phoebe? Vanta, nice to see you. This soundtrack's pretty good. There's another one that's really banging. Was there a game? Oh, yo, Neo! Oh, Neo Comics, thank you so much for subscribing. Neo's using Prime. Neo can download my art for free now in my subs Discord. Yo, we have a, wait, did I ever make it? We should have a normal room now in Discord where people can talk. I'm not sure if I ever actually did it. I think I talked about it. Did I ever make that other room in Discord? Anyway, Jem, how are you? Gabby, Egyptian Iris, Valven, Soknijar, Art Aprendo, hello friendo. Plo, MRG's here. Yugzin, hello there. Energy Crisis, has tea time been skipped? So what happened? Fuck. Yo, Jem. Jem Blackthorn, thank you so much for subscribing. Jem, you're so handsome. Okay, well, really tonight, after stream tonight. Guys, you're going to get hit with an advert in 30 seconds, some of you. That's Twitch, that's not me. Just be warned. You got a minute and a half of adverts kicking in. But I'm only just setting up, so don't worry. Let's talk about the Clip Studio paid subscription service. Fuck that. Over here in England. So basically, let's go back to the 80s. No. Let's go back to 2007 and the Balklands. No. Let's just go to the recent bit. Long story short, Russia didn't want an EU qualified country on its border. La 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 la. It's baby time. It's baby time. Baby time. I am Sizo. Thank you. I am Sizo. How is the bump? Has it come out now? It's just been 9 months. Thank you for the sub. I hope you're doing well. I'll give you back a rub and send you off to hell. I am Sizo. Thank you. You. No ads for Sizo. You're an absolute star, man. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Let me sip some tea. He remembered us. Hey, a cult leader. Hey, a vivacious. So, guys, as you know, I'm live every single day on Twitch. Every day. Also, cognitively dissonantly, I've had a week off. To number one, just do work. But number two, because we're now going to start playing horror video games for the next 2 months. For the next 2 fucking months. So, like, I'm not going to stream too crazily, but like, we've got a lot of horror games to get through. Plus, we're still playing Cult and we're still playing Elden. I was in another live streamer's stream, and it really made me feel bad. They were like, "Oh, have you completed this game? I feel like you've been playing it for a bazillion years." I was like, "Wow, that's come out of nowhere." And then they were just like, "Oh, no. Mikey's on New Game Plus because he's been playing for so long." And I didn't have the heart to just tell them I was really bad at the game. I was just like, I'll leave chat. I just opened up another stream. I was like, fuck this. Private demo, nice to see you. Egyptian Iris, heyo. Yo, guys. I'm calling my girlfriend over for some Mikey and chill. Yo, sketching. You bring the alcohol, and I'll bring the contraceptive. Spoiler alert, there is none. Tomberry50. Mikey, is it better to start with physical drawings or doing digital drawings? Hello there, Tomberry50. Tomberry50, in terms of the creative process of doing artwork, either's fine. They're just different mediums that you can do artwork on. It's like saying, should I do sculpting versus graphite art? Do the one that you love. Do the one that you have a passion in. That's my creative art answer. However, my we actually have to exist in a real world, in a real universe answer is a pencil, a 2B pencil, and a piece of cheap printer paper is available almost all over the world. And it's not going to cost you very much money to get a couple pencils and some paper. A couple pencils, maybe even fork out for a small sketchbook. That's not going to cost you very much money at all compared to buying a tablet and getting straight into digital art. So if you want to experiment and work out if art is something you want to get into, paper and pencil, go cheap, be happy, crack on. If you don't like it and you're frustrated, turns out it's not for you, you've spent a couple of quid. If you fork out for a big tablet and then start experimenting and realise art's not for you, you kind of sunken a lot in. That's my general answer. Do whichever one you actually enjoy doing the most. Like, if digital art really makes you just think, wow, I love this, go digital. If pencil and paper and seeing real life sketches and physical medium art is what gets your heart pumping, do that. Do the one you love. And if you can't be with the one you love, learn to love the one you're with. But paper and pencil is always the cheapest, most economical start, and I'd recommend it to anyone. Yo, Game Lord, how you doing? Ah, yes. Not just a 2B pencil, but near 2B automata. We've learned so much. Good morning, Bill Nash. How are you? Hey, Malgrins. Sounds like a cave in here. That's what her husband said. Malgrins, too easy. Ms. Myers. Wait, Ms. Myers. Do you work at a golf course, Ms. Myers? She's just there setting them up for me. Oh, no, mate, it's too easy. VLYTTV, how you doing? Tim, know your goddamn business. Many out there are popping their mikeymegamega stream cherries. Yeah, welcome first timers. Welcome, welcome. Why have we got so many new people in? Is it just because I've been slightly away? Oh, my post on Twitter was really popular, I think. I've got loads of updates. Ah, that's probably why. Well, welcome in, welcome in. Jizzle23 Diamond. Yo, what's good? I'm new. Jizzle, yo, welcome in, dude. How you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. The game plan is simple. We do art. Me, I talk, flap lip. Eventually art gets done, and then later, maybe video games. Nice to have you. Nice to have you, sweet self. Now, let me adjust my cameras. Oh, did I just drop frames? Something just dropped frames. I've got my Majigga open now. My performance monitor. Yes. Wizard Powers, hello there. Hey. The way Mikey echoes like that, it sounds like Mimir from God of War. Which one's Mimir again? He's the good one, right? Wait, when's that coming out? When's that coming out? When's God of War Ragnarok coming out? Because we need to, we got stuff to do. I have no spare time. One sec. Mikey, what are you doing? Basically, guys, I'm just duplicating this image so that in my workspace and for the recorded video footage, I always have a static copy of the artwork that we're doing. And then I just personally work on the window on the right, which is dynamic. This is where I zoom in, zoom out, rotate, and do my actual painting. And that just means that if I want, I've got a solid recorded copy. If it's a static image that just slowly grows over time. Just a little Photoshop trick for people who are recording footage. Mr. No Days Off, I am Sizo. Mate, yeah, no days off for this boy. I'll rest when I'm dead. Inside. Is that... I feel like that's not level. That feels worse, but looks better. Anyway. Sorry, let me just get down to the bottom of chat. Empatskiged? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Guys, so I've just eaten my dinner. I've got like a bit of a tickle in my throat. It's like it's not in the best quality. So I'm hoping that's going to just relax a little bit later. So if I sound really scratchy and high-pitched, I do apologise. So I'm just waiting for that to calm down over tea. Long story short, Empathics, I'm so sorry I just butchered your name. How are you? Hello, hello. VLY beat Elden 2 days ago. It's so addicting. Yo! Americans love saying addicting. It's so fascinating. It is a correct usage. But over here in England, we say addictive, not addicting. And it just blows my mind. But also, I'm also glad you enjoyed Elden. La 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 la. Now I just need to open a second OBS as well to do the actual footage recording. And then we're going to crack on. Guys, thank you so much for the subs. We've already gotten almost four chevrons. Yeah, I love my chevrons. I've actually updated my chevrons and the text. I'm constantly building. I'm constantly evolving. They're adapting. What are the Mikeys? There's one in every major county. What's the failsafe? They can't be allowed within 100 feet of each other. Oh, thank God. They'd be too powerful. I know. The Shadow Moses experiment went terribly wrong. All the funding went into anime booba fan art. Oh my God. It's Anakan! It really is Anakan! Alright, let's go over here. Okay, I think I'm set up with everything. You guys are very patient. Yeah, Bill Nash, for doing smart, bro. Do you have a list of horror games? Do you want a spooky command? Gem, that is an excellent idea. I do have a list of horror games. Well, Gem, I haven't actually, I haven't decided on the order or preference. So let me, Jem, I love you for saying that. Let me come back to you. But I will get that playlist now in case anyone asks. It's the one, it's still only at the stage when we put it together. A week and a half ago. Rika! Oh, wow. Wow. Rika, thank you so much for subscribing. It's lovely to have you. Thank you, thank you. Wow. Hey, thank you so much, dude. Rika, I'm sorry if you can't catch all the streams. You don't have to subscribe if you're not getting anything out of it. But I really appreciate it, love. And I hope your 6 days a week grind doesn't make you go mental. Like, if you one day pick up a cat and you just, you love it, you love the cat, but maybe you're squeezing it too hard and you don't know why, but you just are, and you know that maybe it's wrong, but you're just doing it to see what happens, and then you put it in a bin. Take a day off. But hey, thank you very much. Lovely to see you. Let's get down to the bottom of chat. I love this one, Mikey. I love them all, but this one looks great. Oh, thank you very much. I think what helps is I managed to get it feeling relatively delicate around the nose and all the hair. And big cleavage as well, without going insane. It's still insanely big for the character, but it's not insane in the world of anime. And therefore, I'm just inside, like, this different critical edge. But we've got a lot of work to do today. No sound effects. Oh, guys, can you not hear any sound effects? Oh, yo, you guys can't even hear any music, can you? What if I do this? You haven't been... Have I just been talking really low without any... Yo, welcome on in. Thank you so much. We're not getting any of that. We've done this before, haven't we? This is not the first stream where we did that. I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you exactly what it is. On this screen here, I can turn on my desktop audio on this screen. But when I go over to this screen, that desktop audio, for some reason, is on a different line and it's not necessarily activated. That's so weird. So you guys could hear music during the starting screen, right? But they're not when I started. Ah, man, what are you going to do about it? Anyway, you guys are really patient. Good job promoting your Twitch on YouTube. I wouldn't have thought to look here. I just got an XP pen and a pad, and I've been following your videos. Top tier. Oh, hey, Demon Keys, 610. Thank you very much for saying, Demon. I hope life is treating you very, very well. Yeah, I need to promote it more. I need to properly just say, guys, this is where I'm hanging out. If you've not seen me make a tutorial recently, it's just because I'm busy doing other art. And you might find me. If your need is great, you can call upon mikeymegamega team. Mikey Mega. Thank you very much, Sock in a Jar. I appreciate that. I wonder how long I would have gone. Yo, Black Pegasus. It's been long. Yeah, welcome on back in, dude. How are you? How are you? Lovely to see you, delicious eggs. Each and every one of you. Hey, Sean. Hey, Valvenge. Sir Helbrecht. Mikey, chat, good evening. Or, as we say, Apocalyptal Pliviet. Yo, Sir Helbrecht, where you from, dude? Welcome on in. Welcome, lovely to have you. It's empathy minus ged equals goat. Empatisk. Empatisk. Emper. We're going to call you Emper from now on. Thanks for hanging out. You always butcher it. Well done. Hey, I try my best, man. You could say it's addicting. Don't be like don't be like that, Captain. Anyway, let's go down here. Yeah, Sock in a Jar, thank you so much for getting my attention on that. My dog almost does that to my cat. Oh, Malgrins. What? What does your dog almost do? Bill, do you have a question? Also, oh, Plo, I wanted to share a piece I finished recently, which somehow broke my like record on Twitter. Nice. Did you get a permit from the mods? Or did you just start posting without asking for anyone's permission? I'll check that. I'm going to ask that question before I check your link. Baker Voltus Dabe. Yeah, how you doing, Baker? Welcome on in. Still God voicing, huh? Still doing that, huh? You forgot to turn off your echo. I'm just getting to... So this is why I always try to catch up with chat. I have to catch up with chat as soon as possible so that we're all at the bottom and we're all talking to each other in real time. Not because I want to keep communication with you guys open. It's because I usually fuck something up and I need you guys to warn me what it is. So thank you so much. You're competing with the music. Okay, good to know. We're going to change the music in a minute anyway. I'm still just trying to clear my throat. Thanks for holding on. Dude, I love your drawing videos. I've been starting to learn to draw lewds. Bamboo Show, I hope you're over 18. Thank you very much for saying. I hope life is treating you well. Do not tell me your age. No ages in chat. But thank you very much. I am from Dasha. Yo, privyet. Sir Helbrecht. Privyet, bruv. Yo, Sir Helbrecht. I'm in England. And right now, for reasons, we're trying not to buy as much oil and coal due to the sanctions. So British Twitter, UK British woke Twitter, goes like this. It goes, boo, bad Russia for invading Ukraine. We need more political sanctions. So the government went, okay, well, we get a lot of our energy resources from Russia. I guess we'll stop buying them. And then, because we stopped buying loads of energy resources from Russia, British fuel prices have shot up. And so everyone on British Twitter is just like, boo, I can't believe the cost of heating has gone up so much. That's bad government. That's bad policy. And also, don't buy any coal from Russia. But the important part is my heating bill. It's just like, yes, I think they're related. I suspect one might be feeding into the other. But don't worry, we don't do politics around here. The only thing I care about, Sir Helbrecht, is whether or not you're into drawing. Thanks for the follow, Blackthorn. Wow. Dude, you've always been seriously sick artist, but I must say your work's gotten sharper and cleaner if that's possible. Oh, Wizard Powers! Yo, thank you. Well, this is the thing, Wizard Powers. I always try to play around with what I'm drawing and how I'm drawing it. And I'm always trying to experiment with something new, quite often. And that basically means that, like, half the time, I'll just do stuff that isn't this particular style of crisp anime. And people are just like, hey, he's just going for a funk. And I'm just trying something else. And then I come back to doing something crisp like this. And then people are like, oh, wow. You've improved. And I'm just like, I can't tell, man. If I was consistent with my style, I would know whether or not I'm improving. But I can't tell anymore. I just do stuff. Helena, how you doing? Lovely to see you, Helena. I don't have questions, I have coffee. Yeah, Bill, that's a good attitude towards life. It's hot here in Texas. Oh, Tim, look after yourself, dude. You can tell he hasn't streamed for a week. Sock in a jar! Fa-la-la-la-la. Yo, there's definitely something that needs shifting. I might try a daytime drink. What time is it? It's 10 to 5, and that's basically 5 PM. You can legally drink after 5 PM, right? I mean, socially. That's the cutoff point, and it's almost 5, and I need to shift something in my throat. Oh, that has developed a tang over the years. Let's see if that helps or not. Coffee is the answer to all of life's big questions. Absolutely. I've always got to get my... If any of you guys are streamers... Especially if any of you guys are American streamers who stay up late, I've probably gone into your stream first thing in my morning, or Australians as well. And if like what I like to do when I first wake up after I have a wee and make a cup of coffee is I like to start editing, because it's one of the jobs I can do immediately without being rubbish at it, because I've only just woken up. Like, I can't start drawing having just woken up because I haven't warmed up or anything, but I can always do some editing. So I tend to pop on a stream and see who's on. And those late night Americans that I catch first thing in the morning, they catch me before I've had 2 pints of coffee. And I need 2 pints of coffee in my bloodstream before I'm capable of making rational decisions like, is this appropriate to say in chat? So like those poor Americans who are up late and they're about half an hour before they go to bed and quit stream, that's when I come into their stream and I just start saying really un-okay shit. However, your leg tutorials got sent. Shegs AMD, thank you, man. Yeah, I finally got my head around legs, for the most part. Or, ideally, get some legs around your head. Huh, ladies? Huh? No, don't worry about it. I see 2B. I am here. Yo, cool flux. Nice to have you, man. I did just post that, because how I always did, as far as I remember, art was shareable without a permit. I'm so sorry if it's not anymore. Plo, you are both not guilty and forgiven. Yeah. So this is something that I was talking about with my mods a while ago. Is that you're supposed to ask for a permit to post art in chat, but the problem is that however Nightbot works, it's not very strict. So sometimes it will cut you off and sometimes it won't. And also, I haven't made people ask for permits for ages, so my mods are just like, Mikey, what are the rules? Do we need to still worry about it? Because I get loads of regulars posting. I mean, Plo, you're a fucking regular as well, but I'm using you as an example. So if you consider yourself a bit skewered out of nowhere upon my hook, Plo, you are correct. Don't worry, it's not your fault. I've decided to use you as my scapegoat. But yeah, you're supposed to ask for permits and stuff, and then I never reinforced it because I'm so lazy. And so my mods are just like, well, they're regulars who are posting artwork. Is that fine? And I'm just like, yeah, I guess it's fine. But I have been reminded that I need to be a bit more strict, and I need to remind people about stuff. Yo, Frost Fry, how you doing, man? Yo, let me just scroll up here and take a look at Plo's link. Oh, I think I missed one from Tim as well. One sec. Oh, she's gorgeous. I like how you've got the pattern only when it's catching the light in the bikini. Is this an existing character from something? I can't tell if she looks familiar or not. Dude, that's banging, that piece. Pixelmated and Dollface. Hi, guys. Thank you for the follows. Excuse me, I'm just digesting my food before we get some work done. Hey, how you guys doing? Welcome on in, welcome. I've seen it on Deviant before. Oh, do you follow each other on Deviant Art? Baker Voluntas Dabe, 2B. Yo, how you doing, man? Dude, your voice. Oh, let me just get down here. I'll scroll up a bit. The art is insane. Mikey is a god. Bobby Tanqueray, you are far too kind, and that is not true. But hey, thank you for the warm words regardless. Near to Booba. Near to Booba. Can I put that in the title, Helena? That might be a better title. Near to Booba Automata. Coffee is everything. He who can control a thing, he who can destroy a thing, controls that thing. Oh, it's Juvia from Fairy Tail. Man, I'm well out of touch regarding Fairy Tail. Holy shit. Totally not Shadow Wraith, welcome back. Yeah, Shadow Wraith, you said you were going to be away for a bit. Turns out I wasn't streaming last week anyway. Guys, I'm live every single day on Twitch. Mikey, you going to do any goddamn drawing? Yes, I am. Guys, I'm live every single day on Twitch. Make sure you're following both my Twitter accounts. I always tweet an hour before I go live. You just never know when in the day that's going to be. Mikey needs to discipline chat more. Oh my god, not according to my DMs. Jesus. I will try to ask next time. Oh yeah, Plo. Yeah, Plo, I have totally, just so that we're both clear about this, Plo, I have disproportionately scapegoated you in order to bring up this topic. So don't feel bad. It's an existing character. It's Xenoblade. It is Xenoblade. And I'll tell you why I could almost not recognize it. It's because Ads vs RPG. He's currently playing Xenoblade Chronicles 3, I think, over on YouTube. Because he left Twitch. He's another... Look, I'm having another sip for my fallen bros and hoes from Twitch live streaming. People open up Twitch these days, and they're just like, oh wow, look, Wonnie's streaming. And it's just like, she's fucking awesome. But like, where are the people I remember? I'm old. Where are the streamers I used to follow? They're all gone. John Silver's turned into a VTuber. Your girl Shelly. Oh, your girl Shelly's always been dope. Okay, she still counts. Vonnie is amazing and newish. I don't know. Maybe that's not true. Who else is fucking awesome? But I've only seen him in the last couple of years. Oh! Fuck. Oh, hey! Hey! Hey, Vonnie! Vonnie, you know I'm only saying this with love in my heart. I'm talking about the new kids on the block, Vonnie. And I'm saying this from my old man point of view. But you're one of the new kids on the block. You're killing it. Everyone loves you. Your work is fantastic. And we all enjoy your streams. But you are one of the new kids. Like, your girl Shelly is a bit of a crossover. Your girl Shelly has been vibing on this platform since my day. Me, her, Tom Chi, all hanging out. But she's also, like, a bit new as well. Because she's, like, got that super fresh energy. And does those busty ladies. Pixie Powderpuff. I've only seen Pixie Powderpuff on his platform over the last 2 years. In my day, God bless her heart, it was me, Tofu Senshi, Kleiner, she was back around back then, Dave Greco, John Silver was a person, not a VTuber, and everyone else can fuck off. I'm only kidding, obviously. Oh, Vonnie, thank you very much for saying. Guys, go follow Vonnie in chat. She's super awesome. How long have you been streaming? Mate, fucking 4 or 5 years, I think. Really, I'll tell you what it is. I started going through my clips the other day. So I'm trying to reach a point where I can take my VODs off of sub only. Because the only reason my VODs are behind a sub wall is to stop me getting DMCA strikes for the music. So I started going through my clips. Man, some of them are old. And I was just coming across all this old stuff from people who I haven't seen in a million years. And it's just like, oh, man. I remember my peeps. What about Sadue and Kuko? Man, Vonnie, you're coming in with all these... In my day, Sadue was a French human being that did artwork. None of this VTube nonsense. And Kuko, welcome to the stream. In my day, Kuko and Sleepy Mia used to do lovely watercolor artwork. None of this famous big streamer nonsense. Wow. I looked up to them so much. Yeah, no. Like, take everything I'm saying with a pinch of salt. I'm talking about genuinely awesome people. Yeah. Absolutely. But man, Mikey remembers. Old Mikey. In my day, you'd open up your stream and Maddie would be doing some beautiful watercolors. And you'd go and you'd watch Maddie's stream because that was the nicest place in this category. Now it's all just anime tits and memes. What's happened, man? What happened? Anyway. How long have you been drawing? Oh, Demon. We haven't even started yet. I'm just about to start, though. I heard Mikey's going to discipline chat. Does that mean no more calling you Princess? Oh, no, Mishi. We're talking half about chat and half about the people who get in my DMs. This game plan, this right here, this Mikey presentation, this ain't much. This is like medium person at best. But I'll tell you what, some of you people are thirsty. Some of you people got stuff and you got hang-ups and you got issues, and those issues have translated into some filthy DMs, and I love you all for it. I might not reply to you guys, because I don't want to be one of those weird, creepy streamers. But I do read them. I do love you for it. Oh, yo, Sammy, thank you very much for the follow. Old Michael, you know it. Oh, yo, Haley's. How you doing, Haley's? Talk about another excellent new kid on the block. Haley's, were you here a minute ago when I was complaining? So, like, now, I open stream in what is this? I open stream in 2022. There's people like Haley's just like, yeah, Look at my stunning, really quickly rendered fantasy character portraits. Bang. Look at that texture. Bang. Here, custom D20. Bang. And I'm just like, who are you kids? Who are you? The only person I like on this platform is Tofu. She's the only one left. I like Tofu Senshi, and the rest of you can all fuck off. I'm so sorry. I have no idea where this is coming from. I think it's because I just ate my dinner and I'm just digesting. And now I'm finally feeling I've got energy for the first time in a day. But now we need to transfer that into actually getting some work done. So, let me bring up some reference pictures. And then we're going to start recording with OBS. I'm going to dock you, chat, over to the side. So, do not be scared about repeating yourself if I miss anything you've said. I do have 2 chat windows open. Shall I bring this a bit closer? But they're not necessarily right in front of my face. I was not. What are you complaining about? Haley's, I'm just remembering all the art streamers that I remember when I first started hanging out on this platform. And like, all the new kids on the block I've just been talking about. Like, you guys are all fucking amazing. I love your work. I love your attitudes. You're all really friendly streamers, you know. I'm not popping into your streams because I want to... Wait, what do you call it? Not collaborate, but you know when people do keep in touch for business reasons? I forget the term. Do you know when, like, you know, you keep in touch with people in your field because it's smart business? I don't care about that. I don't want to collab with any of you people. If I'm popping in and saying hello in your streams, it's because I really like your streams and like what you're doing. So as long as you guys know that, I'm also allowed to say, you're a fucking bunch of newbies, you're a bunch of new faces, and I don't appreciate it. I don't like new things, I don't like change, and I don't like seeing any of you brand new arseholes coming here onto Twitch Creative with your amazing artwork and your lovely attitudes and your fun, friendly environments and your memes. You'd make me sick, for a lot of you. But as long as you guys know that I love you, like, as long as you know that I feel very positive towards you, then I can be very clear about the fact that I fucking can't stand you. No, it's going too far. No, I'm going too far. Let's do some work. That makes it more kinder. I hope so. There's only love in my heart, believe it or not. Network, yeah. I'm not a networker. This is actually really bad because I never reach out to all of the gaming companies properly, so I never get any good gaming codes. I need a manager, but my borderline manager mod, she doesn't look after me anymore. Just seeing if that brings Chameleon S out of anywhere. Anyway, let's go down here. To be fair, I was streaming back in 2018. Wow, but my art was way different. Oh, really? Yo. Walked in on a rant. What are you talking about? What do you think the average Twitch lifespan for an art streamer is? Vonnie, 3 years. Vonnie, you've got a 3-year window, and by the end of year 3, you've either expanded out of the art category, and you've become very popular because you've done a load of portraits of some larger streamers, and you've bumped or you've memed on another platform. And Vonnie, you're right. You are happening. Vonnie, you're a hot. What do you call people? I don't know. You're a hot property dude. You're a hot ticket because you've got that awesome. You do that thing where you do a cosplay and then you do your artwork, and because obviously you photograph very well. Well done. Get over yourself. Like you do that like really cool thing where it's like, hey, this is the artist and here's the art, mate. People love that. People love that. So you're killing it. So you're a little bit cuspy. Yeah, Daft's a great example. So you've got about 3 years of piling in really hard art here, and then you need to expand or get trending on another platform. Because if you don't, after 3 years, on year 4 you start to get a bit burnt out and fed up. Whereas your boy Mikey over here, Captain Inconsistent. I only ever stream when I want to. And I'm live every single day, asterisk, when I want to be. So, fortunately, I don't try to make Twitch my job, which is why I'm still here and I still like it. You're ruined. How the devil are you doing? Mikey's sort of like a Twitch grandpa. Yeah. Mate, I am. I'm so old. In terms of Twitch years? Yeah. I remember when I was hanging out with all the kids at a TC Berlin. Was it Berlin or Amsterdam? TwitchCon Berlin years ago. And I was like, oh, yeah, I've made loads of new streaming friends. And then they all turned around and they were just like, wow, Mikey, you're like the dad of the group. And I was just like, yeah, I think I am, actually, yeah. I accept that. That's pretty much exactly what I am. I realised then that I was the one who was, like, making everybody wake up and, like, get to the station on time. And I was herding everyone. I was the one putting everybody in the taxis and organising the nights out. Yeah, I was the dad. All the art streamers at TwitchCon Berlin went bowling 2 nights in a row because I couldn't think of anything better to do. Our Twitch grandpa, I will always be here to lend an ear. It's been a while since I've been here. I hope everyone is well. Dan, I'm okay, dude. I've had like a bit of just a crap throat today. Like I've been coughing and just like, it's a bit dry and raspy. So since I've eaten my dinner, I've just been sitting here chilling with you guys, waiting for everything to kind of settle. I'm feeling much better now. The tea helped, but now we need to crack on and do some work. Oh, it's much better. Now, shall we move over to some Final Fantasy music? Don't hate me. Don't worry, I'm not going to play the mix yet. Or, guys, do you know what we never finished listening to? How far down into That's What I Call Music 25 did we get? Yo, let's bring up now That's What I Call Music. Should we get a proper one now? We need to get like an official one. Because the last one was just like someone's playlist. Now That's What I Call Music 112. What year is that? I want like early 2000s ideally. Now 75. Now 75? Okay, you guys are going to have to tell me, because I don't know about music. Does anybody know when this song came out? Can you guys hear this okay? Tell me if that's competing with my audio. CDs? I remember cassettes. Posture check. Hey, Liz, I believe it's time. I suddenly feel so old. Oh, there we go. Bonnie's going to be old enough to drive soon. 2004. Wait, did this song come out in 2004 or 2009? Hey, Sev, how you doing? This is 2009. All right, let's listen to this. Now, the problem is, the reason why I keep not understanding what good audio is because I've got a really, really loud air conditioning unit. And so, even if I might be shouting, and it's just because, like, if I seem really angry at you guys, I'm not. Except for that rant. that was genuine. But, like, if it seems like I'm shouting, it's because I've got so much audio interference IRL right now, but I can barely hear the music. Mikey, I'm old! Vonnie, I don't believe that for a minute. You're one of the fresh kids on the block, Vonnie. You're like the, what are the hip people into? I don't know any, K-pop idols. I don't know what's going on in K-pop. You're like the Backstreet Boys. You're fresh. You're new. You're edgy. Man, there's nothing more up to date than the Backstreet Boys. mikeymegamega 2022. Where's that, reference image? You're like Justin Timberlake. He's pretty new. You're like that JT who's happening. Where do I put those reference pictures? He called us hip. You are competing, but it's bearable. I'll bring it down just a little bit. I can turn some stuff on my dials. I'll keep this microphone right by my mouth as well. We'll get really interpersonal. The problem is you can start to hear me swallow or just sniff in general. It gets weird. I've just been faffing for the last half hour to open one folder and one reference picture I put together. but I've finally done it. Okay, lovely. Now let's click record. Let's start doing some work, shall we? Wait, what was I working on? Oh, yeah, okay. We got loads to do, in fact. I might try sneaking some colours in here. But firstly, I've kind of... This arm is coming out towards us, but I've cast the shadow here as if it's right up against the boob. But then that doesn't read... That's not how shadows work. So we might have to play around with this a little bit. So I might just have a little nudge around firstly. We're going to do some nudging and experimenting until we get into the flow. Stage 1. Nudge and experiment. Stage 2. Deny. Stage 3. Lawsuit. You guys can hear this? I can barely hear the music at all. We are living in different audio universes. I still not managed to balance this, but I'm sure that aircon's what's ruining it, so I haven't bothered changing anything. Dono Monkey, this is 2010. Okay, good. Can I ask what art program you're using? Yeah, Dan, it's Photoshop. Photoshop. It's kind of an industry standard, not that I ever want to work in the industry. But, yeah. If you're seeing artwork done that's actually good, that doesn't look like trash, it's usually getting done on Photoshop. If you see artwork that looks like just trash booby anime art, but really disposable stuff, it's Clip Studio Paint. And, if you see artwork that's full of really beautiful patterns, but the actual artwork sucks, so you're just like, wow, the actual skill level's really low, but the texture's really nice, then it's an iPad and it's Procreate. That's how art works. It's really easy. Mate, it's so easy to tell. That's a little bit of insider industry knowledge for you there. It's a little bit of freebie. Freebie from Mikey. These are jokes. These are stupid jokes. Calm down. I'm just kidding. I've seen some mind-blowing art on Paint Tool Sci. No, you haven't, Sev. Don't lie. Mikey's gonna start. I know. I've woken up today and I've apparently chosen violence. I have no idea why. I'd like to apologise to everybody. Just going in hard for no reason. Hard for no reason, yo. That's the title of my autobiography when I was about 13 to 18. Because I often found life difficult, obviously. That's what I'm getting at. Okay, and then... Are you guys kidding? This is so quiet in my headset. You guys can hear this? Mikey, were you an edgy teen? No, I was born an adult. I was born at a very old age. I was never a teenage. Mikey, that image I linked was a Clip Studio. Don't lie, Tim. Don't lie. This is the closest thing to fighting words I've ever heard from Mikey. Yeah, I don't know where this is coming from today. I'll tell you what, I think I'm just really excited about playing horror video games soon. And I'm glad that, like, this piece is at least getting somewhere where I feel like it's going to get done. And I'm just riding that buzz. However... let's use... Even when I'm doing texture stuff, I try to stick with the soft brush when I'm working on the skin layer. I use the DGA main for pretty much all the materials, after I've done my soft blending layers. But I still use a soft round for All the other bits. Ooh. Yeah. Yo, Jess, thank you very much. I'm very water heavy today, Jess, have you noticed? Yo, thank you so much, Jess, for the sub. Lovely to have you. Oh, bless your heart. Yo, those tablets. Cheers for the follow, dude. Also, Dollface and LMT, I might have missed you guys. If I have, I'm so sorry, but welcome in. I hope life is good. Yay! Oh, Fenrir! Oh! It's been 12, mate. It's been 12, Fenrir! You're a good egg, Fenrir! Thank you so much for all of that good subscribing. Oh, cheers, man. Oh, Fenrir! How are you, man? How are you? Okay, I'm sort of... What I want to do is I want to use this shadow as an opportunity to describe the surface curve of the bone of the hips. The girdle. So that's why I'm kind of like being a little bit conservative about where I started putting that vibe in. But now we've got to bite the bullet a bit more. And don't worry, this will all become much fainter. This shadow's very far away anyway. I'm just trying to think about vaguely where we're putting it and why. Obviously, we need to reshape it now. How have you been? I've been good. I'm just re-audiobooking the Stormlight Archives. Playing through Final Fantasy XIV. Talking big, huh? Talking big. Dude. Oh, God, Fenrir, I don't even know if I want to talk to you right now, Fenrir. Everyone's dead, man. It's so grim. Oh, Rika, why are you sad? Hey, why are you sad? You can come talk to me, Rika. What's going on? Hey. Hey, Misa Severina. Misa Severina, how are you doing? Lovely to see you. Yeah, it's going to be all the way over here, isn't it? So, can I maybe, put this on its own layer for the moment, specifically because I wasn't sure if I was going to be doing some shapely deleting. Can I pull out enough of a shape on the bum and hips that the brain reads it immediately as being a cast shadow from up here? I'm doing good. How's you? I'm okay, thank you very much. I'm getting ready for, we've got a lot of horror video games to start playing from next month onwards. So I need to get Nier sorted out ASAP. My throat's a bit croaky. Hopefully I'm not coming down with anything. But other than that, I can't complain, you know. Happy chap. Always got too much work to do. It's the only way I know. And, always something to moan about, but I like moaning, so yeah. Cheers for asking. Cheers. Maybe I don't understand how car shadows work. Mikey, how thick is too thick when you run out of paper? But in your 9 books, Mikey, you know Erikson loves the Grimm. So I'm on the final book now, and we all like moaning. Yo, Fenrir, thank you so much. All right then, Fenrir, I will tell you. So I'm on the final book now, and we've just had the fight between the Kachane Chamal and the Kachane Naruk or whatever. And now Stormy and Gesler are continuing their borderline godhood. And now they're running the larger army that's crossing over towards where it turns out all of those refugee children, something the last book never mentioned, was very clever not to, all those refugee children were running away from the fucking what are the bony boys called? You know, the slightly ethnically cleansing bony people. The fucking, oh my god, I've completely forgotten. I've got a mind blank. Anyway, long story short, it turns out they're screwing things over. And the reason, spoiler alert, the reason why the adjunct needs to free the crippled god is because they're using the crippled god to open up the gateway to whatever fucking hold it is that they use. To cleanse all the world. So she's like, oh, that's why she's doing it. That's why she doesn't talk to it. She's really not a people person. Yeah, I feel like this. It's horrible. Like, this is so far down, it doesn't really describe particularly well. I mean, we tried. We had a look. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it over the hip, and I'm just going to have it maybe happen up here. Ron Howard. Buenos dias, amigo. ¿Qué tal? Saludos. How's the day going, guys? Guys, thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much for putting on a little bit of Mikey. Hope you're all having a lovely day. Yo, Black Whale, how you doing? Old Goth. Are you old Goth? Like the Goths? Like Visigoth? 2B can be my mum or any day. Isn't there a Netflix movie about a robot mum? Does anybody know what movie this is on Netflix? It came out within the last, I don't know, 10 years. And it's a robot mum has a baby. I think it's the end of the world. And then the baby grows up into a person. And the mum's like, okay, so this is a test to see if humans can survive. Or if they're smart enough to survive. And then she goes out for a bit and she just hangs outside. Like, she, you know, forbidden to go outside. So she goes outside for a bit. And then there's a crazy lady. And the crazy lady's just like, I was one of the other kids. We can't trust the robot mum. And then the robot mum's just like, actually, yeah. I might be the same robot network that wiped out humanity. Guys! Hey, guys! I made the little boo-boo! Mind if I tell you? Anyway. Does anyone know what film this is? Oh, you just watched it? Oh, it's Mother! Oh, is it literally called Mother? Mother it is. Yo, Big Black Whale, well done for getting a permit. Let's have a look. Oh, fucking hell! Fucking hell, that pose is really dynamic and popping. Wow. Yeah, that's got so much energy. The crop. Dude, the crop screams. I don't want to do any more fingers or feet. The crop on this image is so like... Dude, you either give us a foot or don't give us a foot. Give us a hand or don't give us a hand. You're teasing me of those knuckles. Which is that is a bedroom technique. This sounds very close to Raised by Wolves. Fenrir, you're not allowed to talk to me about things. Fenrir is interested in stuff that I'm deeply interested in. I'm getting sick of constantly singling out Fenrir in chat all the time. I want to talk to someone else. Fenrir, Raised by Wolves is one of the most fascinating TV shows I've ever seen. However, I've only seen season 1. And I don't know if season 2 is any good. But season 1, Raised by Wolves, oh, fucking banger television. But I really like god mythology stuff. Hey Imcal, how you doing, man? Imcal's a blast from the past. Hey Imcal used to hang out when I first started streaming. I'm very new here, so I'll ask chat. Is Mikey a southpaw? Razuto, I'm not. I'm just mirrored. Well, you can ask me stuff, Razuto. Don't ask chat. Chat are horrible. Don't talk to them. Talk to me. Talk to me, mate. I need more people in my corner. Yeah, no, it's just easier to mirror my camera. One of my pet peeves is, now, number one, I don't want my box window to be on the other side of the screen when I'm doing art. Just, it was easier to put it in the top right. And number two, one of my pet peeves is streamers who stream this way. When the video game is down here, and they're just like, wow, got him! Yo! Let's go! And it's like, look towards the game. Look towards the... Turn your camera around. Turn your camera around. Fucking... He's right-handed and he's 4'5". Gem Blackthorn, you fuck off. You fuck off and you die. I was cleaning up my clips, Gem, as we'd mentioned. And I literally came across one that was literally this conversation. I think it was something like, Gem's not in chat, but she told me to send you a message to get good or something. And I just opened up a clip and it was just me going, hey, Gem Blackthorn, you fuck off and you die. I was like, oh, we've had so many good times together over the years. That was the most heartfelt one I could find. All the rest were really, really abrasive. Yeah. Do you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I haven't, as of yet, worked out how to describe that in a way that really satisfies me. Can I delete this layer or what? I'm using a keyboard shortcut. I'm literally pressing delete. And it's not deleting it? Yeah, why is that double checking? It's never done that before. Alright, we'll come back to that. With a similar thing in mind. Let's just turn it off for the moment. Everything else though I like. So, we have a lot of work to do. All up and around these materials. Including a weave and a cut. But before we do that, this is just bothering me down here. God, man, songs in 2010 were a real mixed bag, huh? Oh, I'm on a multiply layer. No wonder I hate my life. So many baby mistakes today. There we go. Let's go back to this one. Make it nice and small. Buzeru, great art. Yo, Buzeru, thank you very much for saying. Hey there, man. Welcome. Got him. Wait, what have we done? Oh, we're talking about Jeb. Mikey, would losing the little bit of shadow on her boob next to the elbow help move the elbow out? It might, and I might do that. But, one of my favourite things to do is the moment I'm trying to get my head around something, and I'm not nailing it, I don't waste my time. There's so many other things that I need to draw or render on this piece. I have the luxury of picking and choosing. So I'm just like, okay, I'm not nailing the idea of that shadow yet. My two options are give myself a headache over it, or just go do something else. Come back to it later. With a fresh mind. A fresh spirit. Oh, yo, Millsy! Hey, thank you very much, Millsy! Millsy has subscribed, thank you so much. Welcome on in. Download my art in Discord for free. Millsy, you can now download my art in Discord. Good for you, thank you. Cheers for the prime. Oh, cheers. Filling in my chevrons. Go over here. And go over here. That's what your kids like. Just fill in these areas. Always just looking for little opportunities to lighten up a few areas, darken a few areas. Some of these folds and creases in the gloves a little bit too thick from some earlier brushwork. I just space some of that out a little bit. Are we overall happy with what we're up to? Kind of lighten up any dark shadows. I think these are on the other layer. I'll just be careful. My friend doesn't like you. I'll be careful. I don't like you either. I can't believe the 2010s track predicted TikTok. Wait, this... Did this predict TikTok? Is the Discord server just a degenerate? No. 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 Come on now. Oh, yo! Lady Blah, how the devil are you doing? Oh, welcome. Welcome on in, Bloody Bar. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're all having a lovely good evening. Welcome. Hey, cheers. Bloody Blah, how you doing? Hey, failed captain. Hey, man. Hello. Oh, yeah, the reason why I say no is because, I forgot to make a room in my Discord for general users. I'm opening up my Discord a bit more so that there's rooms where you can say hello and stuff. You don't have to be subbed. But it turns out I talked about it, but I didn't actually do it. I talked about it with my mods just the other day, and I obviously went to myself in my own head, hey, I've had a really productive day. We discussed doing this. And discussing doing something is almost as good as getting it done. And so with that attitude, instead of actually building a room in Discord, I went to bed. So yeah, whenever somebody asks about Discord, I'm just like, no, there's nothing there. There is nothing there. If you're subscribed, you can download my art for free. but other than that, it's like there is nothing to discuss yet. Bloody Blah's a bit hungry. Yo, what were you up to today, dudes? Lovely to have you, of course. Hey, Greasy Monkey. Yeah, if you type in ! Discord, I think it brings up a thing. Now, I'm not 100% sure how in love I am with some of this fold shape. Why is that coming out so yellow? Oh, goddamn multiply layers. Every time I pick a fun layer to work on... Hi, I love doing art. I'm having a great time. My name's Mikey. Every time I pick a fun layer, it's a multiply layer. And I'm just like, why aren't I having fun? Nine times out of 10, if I start complaining about a layer being weird, it's because either that layer is a multiply layer, or my brush has turned into a multiply brush when I mashed the keypad. No, maybe I like that curl around. We'll keep that then, but just lighten that a touch. I get a little blue in here. Yo! Hey, Cal. Yo, dudes! Hey, Cal, thank you so much for the resub. I hope you're having a lovely day. Is the sword floating? Dude, I believe it is. I've not actually played Near 2B Automata, although I do plan to. But the swords on that character just float around behind them. Because this character's a cyborg. No, she's not a cyborg, she's a robot. So I don't know if she has like an electromagnetic force field or something. Might be maglocked. And there's a little bit of like a visual... I think there's like a circle that goes around the sword. There's like a glowing little visual element to give it a feeling of something interesting happening. But I wasn't going to bother putting that on until way later into the piece. But if you guys know about Nier Automata, and it doesn't involve a spoiler to the video game itself in terms of the plot, then yeah, let me know. Robot or not, she's a real doll. Aww. But also, ew. She's an android. She's an android, Jim! Android is when there's no person, right? Completely artificial. Guys, I'm going to go for a wee. Mikey, you've barely done anything. Actually, we've had 2 experimentations and a little bit of tidy. And therefore, I get to go for a really quick wee. I'm going to be right back. Exclamation mark quote or quote 1? Talk amongst yourselves. I won't be a second. Where's my... I've got so many things in OBS now. It's such a mess. What does nesting mean? Apparently I'm supposed to be nesting stuff. Anyway. Hey, thanks for holding on. I've just turned the aircon off for a moment so I can, number one, hear myself talk. And number two, get a little bit chilly in here, actually, of all things. My aircon's very good. Do you know what? I just remembered something. One of the reasons why we're not dropping an arm shadow all the way down over the hips is because I'm throwing in a technically not correct cast shadow up against this door in the piece. And it just occurred to me that that was my game plan. To wee or not to wee, always urinate. Whenever you've got a chance to wee, don't start anything without going for a wee first. Unless, you know, that's been part of the chat. Wink. Now I feel old. Mate, Baker Voltus. Oh, look at all that sunlight. Ah. We've already had our I feel old talk earlier. We before you we. Yeah, I'm going to stop recording. Thank you very much. Let's get back to work. We don't have any spare time anymore. I can't faff around like I used to. We have to crack on. There's so many things that need doing. I'm just trying to work out what's going to suit me most to work on first. Let's go back up over here. Now, I'm probably going to go for some warmer bounce, which means, let's go make this a lot darker firstly. I might still lower all of this anyway, but let's start playing around with some brown in here. Just a little bit. And we'll see how we go. I disagree, I don't ever Wii U. I thought that was a really oh, didn't they fail their marketing? Because wasn't it like they launched the Wii U, which is like a generation after the Wii, and no casual user understood whether or not it was a slightly upgraded console or a further generation console. Because they were because you know the average consumer is just like, what's the difference between a Wii U and a Wii? At least PlayStation just goes PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4. That's how you do a console, and that's how you make people understand what they're dealing with. Wii was like, this is the Wii U, this is the Wii concept. I mean, Nintendo have no idea how to market anything. Just look at Pokemon. Okay, this is Emerald Advance 5. This is Sword and Shield Turbo +3 Crystal Edition. Okay, is that before or after Red, Blue, and Yellow? Which, by the way, does not denote order. Yeah, well, this is Pokemon Fire Adventure, Expanded Kingdom, Ruby Deluxe Edition. Yeah, but do I play that before or after Sword and Shield? I'm trying to collect Pokemon cards over here. I've no fucking idea what I'm doing. Pokemon is one of the worst marketed brands and franchises in the world, and that's why it never took off. And that's why Pokemon isn't very popular. If they'd actually sorted out what they were doing with their marketing, they could have been onto a good thing. But who's ever heard of Pokemon? No one. Why? Because they marketed it the same way Nintendo marketed the Wii. Real shame. Real shame it never took off. Hashtag dead franchise. Mikey, will you do any wholesome Pokemon art in the future? No, I better not. I end up on all the wrong message boards when I do Pokemon fan art. We could do the trainers. We'll look at the gym trainers. Pokemon gym trainer fan art I will take a look at. But I'm not doing any more sexy Pokemon. Is that something about Ash Ketchup? I know, right, Seth? I should have made myself a tea. I keep picking up my mug. Are you watching House of Dragons? Hey, Imkal, I am, but I've only watched the first episode. Oh, Tim. What are you showing? Ooh. Yo, I'll tell you what I like. I like that his shoes, he's got big, bulbous Final Fantasy VII shoes, but they have the same sewn together vibe as the rest of him. I like that. You've managed to have the scythe be this hard, dangerous feeling shape, but all of the rest of him, because of the stitching, has this more kind of curvy, friendly vibe. I like the mixture of those two kind of shape languages. Mike, how do the folds of these shoulder pads on 2B's clothes work? By coincidence, I'm drawing her, but I can't understand this part. Just look at lots of pictures of maids with big padded shoulders. I have no idea what's going on. They're all stitched and pleated around the shoulder sew line. And then they expand, and then they get tightened and repleated over a shorter area as it tucks around the arm. So I try to think in them. I try to think of them like this. Here's a person. Here's a shoulder. Here's an arm. I imagine the stitch line is here. And then I imagine that it goes out and then it goes in. And so maybe it's something like that. But then it all comes in tight round there. I don't really know. Just keep throwing different shades of blacks and greys on it until you find something that doesn't look wrong. It's not necessarily about finding what's technically right. It's about finding something that doesn't look wrong enough, but no one's going to talk about it. Angelica Plicity. Hi, Mikey. How are you this fine afternoon? Angelica, not too bad. Thank you very much for asking. Had a little bit of a jippy throat earlier. I was coughing and... so that's a bit weird. But overall, no, I can't complain. Life's okay, thank you. How are you? These can't be... These aren't songs from 2010. This doesn't feel very 2010, does it? You just got... What are we listening to? Yo, Jack, thank you very much for the follow. How you doing, man? I am a woman on a mission, and nothing can stop me. Hey, Kitty Witch, can I show you a drawing? Yeah, if it's safe for work. Get yourself a cheeky permit, Kitty, from one of the mods. Oh dear, well, the drawing is lovely. Oh, thank you. You've helped me pursue doing art again, so I appreciate it. Can you offer any advice for slowing down? I rush art and I try to finish too fast. I sketch in my book, but I don't do full pieces anymore. What kind of environment are you drawing in? My first question would just be, are you finding a moment and a space that's quiet and allows you to focus? Like it's different for everyone, obviously. There's no one right answer. But you often want to get into that sweet spot where you stop thinking and you're just drawing. And like, you know, time just flies away and you get lost in the zone of doing the drawing. Do the draw. Sounds like you're not slipping into that zone as much, maybe. So I just wonder about your environment that you're being creative in. Okay, well, if we're going to put these light tones there, let's put some in here. But let's tidy them up over here. I'm on a mission. Me who has ADHD, you need to listen to stuff or do something. Oh, really? You need that injection of stuff. There's no nips. Good to hear. That's for future America wants. Oh, she's gorgeous. Yo. Okay, dude, has she got, guys, what do you call it when people have these patterns on their skin? Kitty, is this a light effect? Denoting, there we go. Like a light pattern? Or has she got that skin blemish thing where you get loads of like light patches? Because I fucking love it if it is. I don't see many characters like that. Vitiligo, thank you very much. Yeah, vitiligo. Is that just magic energy, or is it a bit of vitty? Freckles. You can try a bit harder. Shadow Wraith. After I finish Stein, I've got planned to draw Saber from Fate Stay Night. Oh, Stein's Gate. Are you a Stein's Gater? I thought you all got rounded up in Operation U-Tree. Right, so let's have a look over here. We're gonna have some kind of slight, super light vibe, which I'm gonna get with a off-green grey. Let's just go blue. And I'm gonna be super light. And I'm just gonna, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna do this. Okay, but I'm gonna do it in a different direction. Then I'm going to come right up here, and then I'm going to drop the whole layer down. Let's give it a little save. Stein is the name of a character with the scythe. Oh, it's Soul Eater. Ah, okay, no wonder you're still with us. Okay, fantastic. Can you give any tips on lighting? I usually get the shadows pretty good, but my lighting and highlights always looks off. Teco Penada de Voces. How you doing, dude? I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't know if I have any tips. I think the best answer, if you're just, because it's quite an open-ended question, dude. I would say if you're having trouble with your highlights for the pieces that you're doing, look at more references. Just find other pieces that other people have done, regardless of if it's a completely different topic. Maybe it's a photograph, but as long as it's got a similar color range and lighting range to the piece that you're doing, have a look at those highlights. How intense are they? How saturated are they compared to what you're doing? And just use that. Like, there's loads of different types of way to reference. Physical and pose referencing is really common. But color referencing on completely unrelated pieces is usually quite fun. Like if you're doing like an ice character, but your color reference is someone's artwork of just the Alaskan tundra, you can end up getting some really lovely results because you're working from the same organic theme, which work from a photograph. Although easier said to done when you say photo. There's a whole lot of colours going on in reality. They sneak past you. Not careful. I usually draw in a safe space, room, at a table. I like light spaces, more light energy for most of the time. Music is a need for me. I draw whenever I get a creative rush. Oh, lovely. But I've lost my art style and I've been playing with different genres and characters and topics. Oh, yeah, don't worry. That consistency is, it's not for everyone. And, if you're a very inquisitive illustrator who constantly sees other people's artwork, falls in love with it, and then wants to adapt some of that into their own work. And then the next few things you do have a completely inconsistent vibe because you're trying to bring other elements in, and you're still kind of finding the place for those elements in your particular style. It's always all over the place for a little while. So, yeah, don't stress. To go through those really inconsistent patches, even if your artwork's still coming out lovely or not, that's just all part of the vibe. That just means you're usually, short of just going backwards a step, which can also happen, spoiler alert, it usually just means you're going through a phase where you're just taking in more stuff. More juicy bits. Oh, oh, hi-ya, ho, 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 yeah. Oh, Tico, thanks for saying, dude. Electric 13. Hola, Mikey. How are you? Hello, chat. Electric. Hola. Salve, salve, amigo. ¿Cómo estáis? Y saludos desde Mikey. What's good, dude? You've got 13 in your name. What's your favourite Final Fantasy game? You don't necessarily have to have an answer. Mikey, I don't play Final Fantasy. I don't care. Pick one. 7? Yeah, good. Well done. Let's make this a bit darker. We can disappear around here a little bit more. There's a lot more that I want to put into all this black. But, I might just put a few cheeky bits in some other areas real quick. Otherwise, we'll have a area that's worked a bit more than the others. Yo, how are you guys doing? Happy... What day is it, guys? Happy Tuesday. Tuesday? Oh, man, I thought it was one of the good ones. Guys, happy Tuesday. We're still technically in the start of the week. Yo, thank you so much for joining me today. What are you guys up to? Tell me a little bit about your sweet selves. You working on any creative projects? You getting work done? Have you just got a bit of Mikey in the background on another tab? And you're listening in to the good stuff? Regardless, thank you for your time, effort, and attention, no matter how much or mild or limited. It's lovely having you. Just want to take the edge off this. This is good, but it pops too hard. Also, thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Tommy, what's good? Tuesday, innit? Don't talk to me, Fenrir. You're not allowed to talk to me, I've told you. Oh, Naru Michael, thank you for the bitties. It's one of the rare times when Mikey did a morning stream and I missed it. No, don't worry. It wasn't super early, Naru. I've only been on for about an hour. We're doing a bit of a day stream because we do have stuff to get done. Because you lovely people... Oh, I never looked for the file. You lovely people have recommended scary video games. Now, if you weren't here, we did an entire session where we hung out on Steam and we discovered that the term fresh, when you're on the internet, is not necessarily a safe word, especially on Steam. If something says fresh girls, or what was it? No, it wasn't fresh girls. It's really innocent. If you're on a Steam video game and it says it's got fresh content, do not click it on stream. We learnt that the hard way. We brought up some, anyway. So, fresh young nuns is not a, anyway, long story short, we talked about video games. Let me see if I can find the notepad file really quickly with the suggestions on it. Because I'm quite slow at games, so I don't have all the time in the world to stream, even though I'm live every single day. So instead of doing horror month, we're starting next month. We're going to do horror September and October. We're going to play a whole load of video games together. Mikey, what are the games? Oh, I just literally just said I'm looking for it now. Calm down. Fresh is now part of lore. Yeah. Oh, Valvenge, have I missed you sharing? Valvenge does gorgeous pieces. We've seen those quite a bit. Right, now, which one of these notepad files was... I'm sure I named it correctly. A. I have like 10 different things that all say suggestions from stream. Ideas from stream. Suggestions from stream. Add this from stream. Mikey, do this straight after stream. Oh, I've not even opened that one. Read me exclamation mark. Nah. One of them's just called Mikey Stop Rapping. Last night's vids. Last night's bits. Art suggestions. Where's our notepad file full of horror films? One minute, where have I did I ever save that folder? No, it's not the end of the world. I can just go into my stream history because we had it on screen. Where's my thing? Bad Dream on Fear Street? What does that even mean? Oh, here we go. Horror 2 months. Oh no, that's not even it! Oh, that's not... Fucking hell. Okay, well, let's... God, you wouldn't think I'm bad at organising stuff, would you? Mikey said he's tired of talking to me. Yeah, because I don't want to get too creepy. It's like, have you ever been in someone's stream? And so this is something that I'm sure a lot of people do, and it's not like some weird ego trip. I just do it because I find it's often just nicer. I like to go and have a look around the art category and, you know, just if I'm bored and just see who's making what, especially if there's a smaller streamer doing something interesting. But I'll often go in and I'll turn off my check mark. Not because it's like, oh yeah, I'm such a big deal, I'd hate for them to have to hang out with me too much. I'll turn off the check mark. I'll hang out with the small folk. Yeah, I'm so woke. It's not like that. But like, I just find that sometimes if you go into a smaller streamer but you've got a check mark, the streamer almost feels like they're obliged to talk to you more. And obviously you're just like, no, I'm just popping. Don't worry, man. I'm just popping in for a hello to see what you're up to. So it's like that with Fenrir. Fenrir is one of the only people who's read Malazan Book of the Fallen, a 10-book fantasy series that I'm reading. So whenever Fenrir comes into my chat, my gut reaction is to only talk to Fenrir only about Malazan Book of the Fallen for the next half an hour. And because I want to have a more relaxed, inclusive environment, I have to remember not to keep talking to Fenrir about Malazan Book of the Fallen. So that's why sometimes I'm just like, look, I'm not talking to you, dude. I'm so glad to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the support and love. We're not talking. We're having a break. Hashtag fresh nuns. Mortuary assistant is the important one. Desdi Kaido. Have you? Yo, Desdi. I'm on the last... It's happening again. It's all happening over again. I'm so sorry, guys. I can't find this notepad file. Mortuary assistant is at the top of the games list. I must have given it a weird name. One sec. They're only notepad files. I'm just opening all of them on top of each other until I see the list. Did you think maybe I put it on another folder? I do have some other folders. Mikey, buy a HDMI adapter. This notepad file was made in 2014. Cool. Doesn't go that far back, don't worry. Yeah, it's not. I've saved it somewhere else. Fuck. Let me just close all these notepad files. Mikey, have you stopped drawing? No. I promise we're still drawing. I'm just looking for a list of things that we made. I'm just gonna go into my. I'm just gonna look on my VODs really quickly because I had it on screen for ages. It'll be in my VODs. I'm reading Butchelane and Corbel Brooch now. Butchelane and Corbel Brooch. Why are they so familiar? Are they the necromancers? Do they... wait, are you... Desdi, are they the necromancers from The Carriage Made of Flesh? Do they have their own spin-off story? Yo, Todge, how you doing, man? I'm no longer having to use emote-only mode. I can type again. Yo, Todge, welcome back, man. Welcome back. Yeah, they're the necromancers. They have their own... I don't want to read that. They're like some of the most dangerous, disgusting characters. Actually, yeah. I'm interested. 1 minute. I need to read the Game of Thrones book based on whatever. So I've read Dunk and Egg, and I was like, yeah, I know all about the Blackfire rebellions. And then they were like, no. Dance of Dragons or House of the Dragon is like the original Civil War with the Field of Fire. But apparently that is also a book series. J.R.R. also wrote those? Question mark? So I need to find those. Hail the Return of the Empire. No, we're not that happy to see him. Extremely dark funness. We'll get back on it. Anyway. I'm so sorry, guys. J.R.R. is Tolkien. Oh, sorry, G.R.R. G.R.R.? And if you work it out in your head, Bart, you're going to find it has a rather humorous conclusion. RDRR? DR cubed? Or RDRR? RDR? Don't worry about it. Long story short, let me go into my VODs. Back to Twitch. Yeah. Does anybody remember what day? No, I'll find it. Mikeymegamega. That's who I am. You guys need to make notes of stuff that I make. Guys, if you see me make notes on stream, it's your job to make notes of those notes, because I won't remember where I put them. And to expect me to remember stuff that I said I was going to do is rude. Thank you so much. British Manga Car, thank you so much for the 30 months. It's lovely to have you. My notes are in the layer names. Yo, that's a good idea, Bill. British Manga Car, thank you for the 30. That's a big 3-0. That's pretty dope. How are you? I'm just very quickly looking for some information from the past, so bear with me. I'm going back through time right now. Mikey, videos. It was like one of the last streams we had, so it won't take me long to find it. We played Elden Ring, didn't we? And then we went on Steam. Oh yeah, here we go. I'm so intelligent. Alright, where's that list? I just need to find the last time the list was on screen when it was most full up. I'd love to see what that notepad file's called. Okay, here we go. What's that called? I'm trying to, like, zoom in on my own stream. Untitled? Oh, no. Did I never save it? Oh, fresh. Oh my god, I've just got to the bit in the VOD where we came across for fresh women. That's what it was called. Fresh women. All right, let's get rid of that. I need to delete this VOD. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to find... Here we go. Here we go. I just brought it up on screen for a flash and it disappeared. So this is really annoying. The little... When you scroll through the bar on the bottom of Twitch, the little thumbnail preview it gives you isn't very... Here we go. Here we go. Isn't very accurate. Yeah, it's untitled. Fucking hell. All right, let me very quickly just build it up. I've got the screenshot. Oh, Jem, bless your heart. I've just got there myself. Thank you so much, Jem. I'm just going to very quickly... Mikey, what are you doing? Don't worry, this won't take a moment, you lovely people. We've got... So, we're playing... Oh, maybe this isn't the whole thing. Mortuary assistant. There might be another game in there that I'm missing. Then Layers of Fear. Death Forest. Visage. Devour. Little Nightmares 2. Is this turning up? I can't touch type, so I don't know what I'm doing. Lost in Vivo. What the fuck was that one? Death Mark. Mark? In Silence. Shh. Laskin240. Hi, Mikey. I really love your work and your tutorials. They're very useful for me. Laskin, I'm very pleased to hear that. How's life treating you? How have you come up as a first-time chat, but also subscribe to the channel? Dude, thanks for saying. I appreciate the kind words. The Origin of Fresh. Oh, Origin of Fresh? Forever lost but never forgotten. Wait. Are these games? Fenrir, what are you saying? Are these... Wait, are you... I don't know if you're talking about... Are these indie horror games? Forever Lost, Never Forgotten, and Origin of Fresh? Alright, one sec. I'll add them in a minute. We'll look it up on Steam. In Silence. Mists of Iden. World of Horrors. Witch Hunt. And Lost in Random. Lost in Random was the one with the dice rolling, right? Stop listening to me! Oh, Steam. Oh, right, okay. Jem, on your thing, what was... Yeah, it's Mortuary Assistant, then Layers of Fear. That was the only thing I was missing, was Mortuary Assistant at the top. God, we watched Steam games for about 10 years. Okay, if I've missed anything, Jem, do tell me, but I think that's it. Ooh, Jesus Christ. But I'll actually save that this time. Horror games. Horror games. Where have I just saved that? Oh, I wonder, one sec. Sometimes I default to another folder. One moment. Yo! I am live every day. What are you talking about 2 weeks ago? I'm live every single day, Kid Ludens. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Kid Ludens, thank you so much for the resub. It's lovely to have you. Jimmy El Bruscherino. Jimmy, how the devil are you doing, man? Lovely to see you. Yeah, dude. So, dude, because I'm so slow. I'm starting Horror Month next month. We're doing 2 months of Horror Month. Otherwise, I'm never going to play more than like 1 or 2 games. Sorting all the things. Yo, awesome. Guys, go follow Jimmy the Brush. He's my #1 boy when it comes to Warhammer. He's my boy. It's young Jimmy. He's like a wonderful egg. And he's my boy. Everybody go follow Jimmy the Brush. He's excellent. He's top tier. How you doing, man? You're getting all the things done. Slow progress is still progress, dude. Well done. Wait, what are we doing? Oh, no, wait. Horror games. So I've just started painting again. Where did you just save the list? Oh, I don't know. It went into a different folder. That's what I was going to look at. Ah! Jimmy! Jimmy the Brush, thank you so much for resubscribing to the Megaverse. It's lovely to have you, Jimmy. He's such a lovely man. Sulia! What? I feel like a very lucky boy today. So many big swingers on Twitch have popped in for a hello. Sulia, you delicious egg. How the devil are you doing? This looks amazing. Oh, Sulia! Dude, I wish I had some of your skills right now. Guys, Sulia doesn't just do really beautiful portrait artwork. Some of her characters often have their limbs all kind of up and around. And so she's got all this cast shadow, both casting on and mapping the surface of her characters' bodies. Go check out Sulia's artwork, it's beautiful. But Sulia, I'm putting in a fake cast shadow against a wall. So it kind of limits how much of this outbound arm I'm putting down this body. And so we're trying to work out, like, is it going to map basically down here as a result? But instead of doing that, I'm trying to remember where I saved a notepad file, which is far more important than getting my work done. So I'm just having a quick look in my folders. Have you seen a game called Scorn? It's coming out in October. Looks like it was made by Giga. Oh, it's got lots of cocks. Maybe Kid Ludens. There were some really interesting looking games when we had a look at the top 10 lists, but none of them had come out. So we were sticking for the moment with games which exist currently. Shut up, you have crazy skills. This looks so amazing from the poses to the colours to shadows. Celia, that's so lovely of you to say. I hope your day is going bloody well, Celia. Yeah, sometimes I like to be on Echo. Sometimes that's how I feel. Oh, I'm so sorry. Anyway. So I've saved it now. We have a list of scary games. We are going to be playing some of these games. Not all of them, because there's not enough time. But we're going to try Mortuary Assistant. We'll probably do that one first. Layers of Fear, Death Forest, Visage, Devour, Little Nightmares 2, Lost in Vivo, Death Mark, In Silence, Mists of Iden, World of Horrors, Witch Hunt, and Lost in Random. And I'm pretty sure Lost in Random was that kind of more casual, fun-looking game. But the rest of these ones are actually horrible. So we've got a whole world ahead of us. Now, just as a quick double check, did I accidentally save that notepad file into my Megaverse folder? No. No, I don't think so. God, my throat feels so fucked today. What about my downloads folder? No, I've got no idea what happened to it. Anyway, it's not too important, but, you know, it's just weird that it never saved. I'm doing great, thanks so much. Hey, you. Good. Pleases me to hear it. We're all cave dwellers at heart. Man, who's that guy who talked about the shadows on the cave wall? Witch Hunt, I'm genuinely excited. Yeah, Kid Ludens, that was your suggestion, wasn't it? Why do you look so Chad? I need those muscles to do healthy lung drawings. Mega Shadow. You gotta bust out your dumbbells every time you draw an anime booba. Come on. Be the dream you seek. Baker Voltus, welcome back, dude. How are you? Alright, let's get back to work. Long story short, we found it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. What else were we doing? I feel like I was in the middle of doing something else entirely. But until I remember what it is, I'm just... There we go, let's get recording. Until I actually remember. Thank you, Jem. We're just going to go back to rendering. I swear to God there was a thing in my mind that needed addressing. Now, this is a multiply layer, but I still need to treat it as a bit of a material. So I'm just going to let it darken a little bit over here. This may or may not work. So I'm going to use a cheeky clippy. I don't know what happens when you put a clipping mask on a multiply layer. Let's find out. We can lower that. Just keep it super faint, but that's even happening. But enough for it to register. Yo, thank you very much for the follow. How you doing? Welcome on in. Good evening. Tuki, what's good? Jimmy, I don't know if you're still here, but do you have any recommendations for horror video games? I don't know if you find any time to play them anymore. Where is it saved so we can remind you? Oh, this one just saved in my all things file folder. It's saved where all the notepad stuff goes. I've got like a notepad archive folder in there as well, full of other notepad stuff that I've still not even addressed, so it shouldn't be archived. But it just got old enough that I was like, I'll put it away. Look, the important part is that I've got you guys around to remind me about all the things that I do not get done. I'm going to bring this in a little bit. Also, maybe this will go. I don't know. Let's have a quick think about this super quickly. I can make the highlight a little bit more light, less bold, if I bring it all down. Okay, what if I put this all on a different layer, since I bothered doing some other stuff on there, and then erase from the top? Now I'm going to make the eraser brush the same texture brush. Oh, it's that song! I've never heard this song, but I've seen the meme. Play the thing on a PlayStation 2. That's canonical, isn't it? We could try that. I didn't realize you were streaming. Yo, Tuki, I hope you're having a lovely day, dude. Mega Shadow, I will have a sip. Thank you. Did you finish the drawing that stopped you from playing Cult of the Lamb? Oh, the dumplings! We did. Yeah, our isometric dumpling ladies, all up in Discord. So now we get to play Cult of the Lamb more. Yes. Cult of the Lamb is technically a horror game, which means I'm also allowed to play it during this horror window. And there's something quite horrific about Elden Ring, which is a opinion I've formed for legal reasons, but allows me to also continue Elden Ring. Do you speak Hebrew, Mikey? Poker girl? No, I used to, when I was a little kid, I think my mum had like a Jewish boyfriend, and he used to teach me Hebrew, and I can barely remember any of it. Ajales! Yo, Poker girl! Ajales! Ajales, let's go. Yo, I need to, yeah, I need to get back on Hebrew, definitely. I haven't thought of that in a million years. Owl City goodness. Yo, Baker, thanks for dipping in and out. Have a lovely day. Hebrew tea, does that count? That's not bad. Disney. That wasn't bad. I like that. Yo. I know Hebrew in terms of naming culture, nomenclature. Because obviously my name is Michael. Mikey, your name is Michael? I know. Exposed. Streamer. Lying streamer on Twitch. He's not called Mikey. He's called Michael. They're so fake, these people on the internet. You can't trust them. But anything that's an L name. Raphael. Michael. Leonard Dell. The L part is means God, and it's like there's two ways for God in Hebrew, and then there's actually a third secret name for God in Hebrew, but I'm not going to get into that because that is an entire journey down a rabbit hole. But there's Yahweh, and there's El, and everyone who's got a name that ends in L, it's basically your relationship with God. So Michael is one of the best ones because it basically means he who is like God. That's why the angel Michael's such a big deal up in the pantheon, because he's the angel who's basically like God. And I like that story a lot, and I like remembering that. Gem knows. It's good for the ego. It helps. Gets you out of bed in the morning. When you got to get that work done, it's a nice little reminder. Mikey, why are you taking so much time with so little progress? Because I'm thinking the long game. There's patterns and other stuff that I'm putting on this black material, and I'm waiting for the chance to put those patterns on, but I'm not going to do that until I get another round of highlights. And I'm going to do that round of highlights pretty soon, but I'm just trying to see if there's any other things that I need to do first, that putting those highlights on prematurely is going to give me sufferance over. I think I'm pretty much here. Let's give it a go. Great clipping mask. I have a fresh cheeky little highlight layer. I've got some wonderful picked colours up here. Now, this is where it's risky biscuit. Yo, Cozy Clarion, thank you very much for that double drop. 2-year, big boy. Hoe Teken, thank you so much for the 2 years, love. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you. I love you. I love you. Yo, thank you very much, dude. Thank you. Oh. Yo. No. I fucking appreciate it. Max6, thank you so much, dude. Welcome back on, and thank you very much for that resub. Don't worry, I will get rid of this spell one day, but we're still playing Cult of the Lamb. Maxic, thank you so much for the resub and a lovely message as well. Hey, I hope you're all doing really good, all of you lovely people. Happy Tuesday evening. All of you lovely eggs with your lovely words out of your big fat mouths. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. Really appreciate a lot of you. You, and cheers for the follow, by the way. Awesome, and effect. I do try. Mikey, what are you hesitating over? The direction that materials are going in is what I'm hesitating over. Also, hi, how you doing? But no, I'll go for it. Can I, Is that hand shadow? It is going up there, isn't it? Vivacious Alice is off to bed. Night, Mikey, take care. Vivacious, thank you so much for hanging and vibing. Sweet dreams. Think of your boy, Mikey. Careful with your hands. Have yourself a lovely sleep. Look after yourself, dude. What we're going to do is we're going to use the eraser to tighten this all up in a sec. No, maybe not. Let's come back from that a little. Quadquatch, will you post the 2B drawing progress on YouTube? Oh, hey, thank you very much for saying. I don't know, dude. I haven't been posting any artwork. Like, other than the drawing tutorials and reviews, I haven't been posting any artwork on YouTube for quite a while now. I'm actually gonna probably put this up as like a short. That's why we've got like a second little screen here that's not zooming in and out all the time. But I'm still kind of experimenting with those old YouTube formats. So we'll see. We'll see. But thank you very much for saying. Oh, wait a minute. Do I want to come in from the other side? Wait, one sec. A bit better, innit? Andromeda. You're down horrendous right now. Oh, Andromeda, what's up? Is that, wait, is that lingo? Andromeda, I'm very old, I'm not very hip. Down horrendous, is that like saying I'm down bad? Or are you genuinely telling me you're having a bad day? I can't tell. Long story short, thanks for coming in here. Relax. Relax with us. We're here for you. Living in Andromeda's world. Trying to communicate with an old man. I can't tell if you're unwell when you say you're down so bad. Maybe everything is swell, you just like the boobs. Is it like down with the sickness? Oh my god. Andromeda's just like, no, I'm genuinely ill. Can you stop laughing? I'm just like, oh, sorry. I thought this was a safe space, Mikey. I'm having a really bad day. I'm sorry. Mikey, that's all too much. It's way too punchy. Why have you done that? Calm down, dear. It's only a layer. Actually, let's fill that in just a bit more solidly, just here. Mikey, your voice is like an angel singing on a Tuesday. Ah, Kitty Richard, thank you for saying. Torture, what are you eating? What are your norms? What have you constructed for yourself on this fine evening? I see you're continuing painting the game for the meme. Yeah. So it turned out that the door was a lie. But I'd already decided that I wanted to repaint this. I did a painting of Nier Automata a long time ago, and I was very quickly dissatisfied with it. So in the back of my head, I've always wanted to repaint Nier 2B. So although the meme was a lie, and we've had to learn to, you know, move on and all that, I still, regardless, felt a feeling in my heart that said, hey, this might be a great opportunity to do Unit 2B again. And I'm glad I did, because through the act of doing this, I have decided we will probably play Nier, much to the chagrin of my mods. We will probably play Nier sometime. What's the There's two of them. So two of them are good. And I'll ask Ayatollah. I think he was saying this the other day. Two of them are good, and the rest you can kind of sack off. So Nier Automata and not Nier Replicant, but maybe Nier Drakengard. So like if you can only play two of them, you want to play Drakengard and Automata, but Replicant's actually a bit crap. I'm not massively happy with those highlights on that glove. I might go underneath and push the glove a bit darker to make me like those highlights a bit more. What if we did that? What if I went just here and I just made this one a cheeky multiply, but just use the soft brush, not the texture brush, right? Lower the opacity. I'm just going to push a grey on here, no color data. I'm just going to run it up the fingers. Because I'm worried about them going from leather to plastic if I'm not careful. I think it's down here specifically where it's doing the most damage. Those shapes just aren't conductive with that material, so that's fine. I'll find the right material and the right shape later. But let's just go back up here and use a soft eraser and just send that right back to the shop. It's a lovely unit to be, or not to be. Desdi Kaido, for that is a question. What dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep perchance to dream. Annie Pichu, how you doing? Hey Annie, how's life? How is Latin America? How are you? Salve, salve. Salve a todos. Tudo bem. Drakengard 3. Okay, so Nier is the spin-off to Drakengard. So if I'm only going to play 2, I'm going to play Drakengard 3 and then Nier Automata in that order. I'm going to put that on the I'm going to type that into the notepad file so that I can type it into the spreadsheet. Drakengard 3 then Nier Automata. Nice one. Money playing Nier will be another Spider-Man and Horizon Zero Dawn moment where he'll love the game as he plays it and wish he listened to us to play it sooner. I'm going to be honest, you guys told me to try Nier a long time ago and I did boo-hoo you. I was like, I don't think this game is half as good as you're all making out. And then eventually I was like, this game looks like it might be quite good. So let's not remember the past. You know what we think about memories around here. We're not into that. Let's go up here. Let's get another cheeky bit of this delicious light colour. Now, I'm only going to put a tiny bit over this other sleeve because we really shouldn't be... I'm going to be doing some lying. Involving the way that light falls on objects, there will be some lies. And I can't have you guys calling me out on it. But I'm going to sneak a little shape in here. I'm fine. Time is cold here. Time is cold. Time is cold. El tiempo es frío. No. You don't like Spanish. Sorry. My fingers are cold. Oh, Annie Pichu. Get your fingers. Come here. Annie Pichu. Now that we're streamer friends, now that you and me are mutuals, come here, Annie Pichu. Get your little fingers. And we're going to do the friendly hug. And the friendly hug is... Don't worry. Don't worry, Mr. Pichu. There's distance. There's distance, right? But you go like that. And then I'll go like this. And then we tuck our hands into each other's armpits like that. We slot in. That's how you spend winter together. We can look into each other's eyes. We'll tell each other secrets. We warm up in each other's armpits. That's how you survive winter. I learned that on the streets. Back when I lived in Rio as a little baby. On the mean streets of Rio. That's how you used to keep warm. It's fine. No need to double check that. Whoa, what is this layer opacity? It's 100. And this one's right down here. I don't want to play around with the opacity right now. I'll let the eraser tool do that. Just going to wait for Photoshop to catch up. Hello? My god, how did I put that down to 1? There we go. In Brazil, we like hugs a lot. Aw. Me too, me too. I thought that was our thing, Cozy Clarion. Cozy Clarion, you might want to get your armpits checked. I don't know what to tell you. I'm going to send Cozy Clarion a text message. I've just been to the doctor, everybody, on stream. Everyone on stream, please go get your armpits checked up. Well, this is good. Good chat, Mikey. Now we're going to completely push this away. So let's go a little bit smaller. And then just get rid of that. So Mikey, where's that light source coming from? Shh, shh, shh. But Mikey, isn't it important to shh? But Mikey, isn't all of her hair blocked? Shh, 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 shh. Didn't you say you were going to cast a shadow on the wall, which means this entire shoulder would be cut? No, shh, shh, shh. This I'm just putting in to make the neck pop more. Sorry for my bad English that day. No, Annie Pichu, I understood you just fine. No. Sorry that I haven't learned to speak better Portuguese. Thank you for speaking in English to me when I hung out on your stream. I appreciate that. We all have armpit crabs. Oh my god. we're slowly taking the journey between crabs to hair crabs. Somehow those crabs need to work their way up the body, and I'm here to help. I'll fiddle your bits, and then I'll warm my fingers in your armpits post-coital. I'm very touchy-feely, but only in a way that's going to spread crabs to your hairline. Well, I'd just like to... Should we just leave? I'm going to stop talking for a while. I'm going to go for a wee anyway. I'm actually bursting again from all that fluid. Guys, I'm going to make a cup of tea. My throat's been, like, scratchy and horrible all day, and I've not been happy about it. I feel like I'm on the cusp of a cold. I physically am not, but the way my throat feels kind of feels like it is, but I'm fine. So, let's go get a cup of tea. And once we're back from the tea, we can crack on. Also, Shrimpy, hey, thanks for the follow. The anatomy is fire. Oh, preference, thank you. What light source? Che Tenchi understands, man. Light sources are more of a concept. I like to think that a good light source is more of a feeling than a physical thing coming from directions. You guys get too bogged down in physics. I'm here for the art. Yo, let's pause this recording. I'm going to be back in a couple of minutes. Everybody have a stretch. Everybody stand up. Exclamation mark quote if you want to get to know your boy Mikey better. Or just go hang out with a better streamer. Just literally click art. There's so many awesome people doing artwork right now. I will see you in a quick sec. Much love. Hey, thank you for holding on. I have returned with a wonderful cup of tea. Thanks for asking. It is still brewing. I don't know if you can see that, but I've got the tea bags floating in the top. And whilst I was downstairs, I put my sweet little peepers on a lovely bit of steak that I'm going to have tonight. So in a short while, after we get some more art done, I'm going to go downstairs and I'm going to take the steak out the fridge so that it gets to room temperature. Wow, the 2010s are really happening. I shall record. I shall record. Who is this man behind you? Behind every streamer is a strong, powerful man, Annie Pichu. Just ask Mr. Annie Pichu, or Mrs. I'm not here to judge. It's a very handsome question. This is my emotional support cutout of Danny DeVito. If ever I'm feeling a bit low, I've got a life-size Danny DeVito. He's always here for me. Now, what he's also very, very useful for is my air con... You can't really see. Wait a minute. There's an easy way to solve this. Ah. Yo. My air conditioning unit, can you see there? My air conditioning unit peaks just inside the door. And if I want that blast of cold air to come straight for me... Bang. Huh? Boom. So my emotional support cutout of Danny DeVito... Actually, bang. 2 reasons. Number 1, company. I'm like a budgeriguard. When you have a budgeriguard in a cage, you need to give it a mirror so that it thinks it's got friends. That's why I have cardboard cutouts around my house. I'm like Home Alone, I am. I've got cardboard cutouts on train sets. But also, it's a really good deflector to get the cold air to come straight in my direction. There's a clip you need to save. Oh yeah. Oh, Gem. I've gone manuel, Gem. I've actually now... I was gonna talk about it I was gonna tell you about my hard work in Discord when I was done, but Gem, I've gone from... So what I did is I deleted everything that was 5 views or less. That left me, Gem, with about 2,300 clips over the last 5 years of streaming. So I've gone through all of the clips which had 7 and 8 views, which is quite a lot of them. I've gone through all of them and I've cut out all of the dead meat. And if it's anything remotely good, I've saved a copy, but basically cut out everything that was art and just chatting that had music in the background. From the other end, I've gone through all of the high view clips down to 19 views. So anything that's between 19 and, 800 views, I've now gone through all of those clips. Removed all the music ones, saved all the music but good ones, got rid of all of the dead weight ones. So I've just got to do an incredibly large amount of clips. So I've gone... So yesterday night I was like at 1,300. As of this morning, I think I've got about 950 clips left in the clips. And I have to physically look through maybe 500 of them or something like that left. So, because the thing is like, when I'm deleting clips, I'm just like, hey, I'm doing really good housekeeping. And then Chameleon S will say something and I'll realise that I've made her sad because I deleted something she liked. So in the end, I was like, no, I'm going to manually do it. No, I've got it, Gem. I've broken the back of it. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, anything that's got anything interesting happening, I'm saving. Fortunately, most of the unboxing sessions, or when I got presents from you, Or like, for example, Jem, there's that. So, Jem, you probably remember what my favorite fan art. Like your last fan art you did, it was amazing, and I love you. And the one before that with the egg was also amazing, and I love you. But one of my favorite Jem fan arts is the mikeymegamega Wiki Wega Wega, the one that turned upside down. So, like, as an example, I deleted the clip, which is me just finding it. But I've got the part 2 clip saved, and it's still up there, where I'm actually talking about it and sharing it. If that makes sense. Because I've got both of them, I have both of them saved, because I like that memory, and we can put it in Discord. But in terms of looking at a random clip, the first one is a contextless, disinteresting clip. Guys, you all following Jem Blackthorn? Can one of my other mods, because she won't do it, can one of my other mods drop Jem Blackthorn's Instagram, please, into chat? One of my mods is well, more than one, is a very, very skilled artist and makes these wonderful illustrations. But what's she called? She's called something sneaky. She's not called Jem Blackthorn. I think she's Amateur Doodler. No, Jem. Yeah, she's also a slippery slut. She's like a, what do you call it? She's like a hagfish. What are those fish where when you grab them, they're just like they give off loads of goo and they're not enjoyable to eat. That's what Jem Black. Look, I'm trying to. Where are any of my other mods? Where's Michael? Where's Todd? I'm gonna fucking do this myself. Fuck you, Jem. In the nicest possible. Jem, no, I'm so sorry. I've got you in my... If I start typing your name, it's going to autocomplete, because I've got a clever thing. Which is also why I can never search for anything on stream, because I'm terrified it's going to bring up all my porn searches. Amateur... How do you spell amateur? Amateur doodler. This page isn't available. Oh, that's the wrong one. Amateur... Amateur, got it. Guys, go check this out. Go check out this person's Instagram. Jem is a Dungeons and Dragons artist. She's a really fucking good illustrator with these lovely pastel tones. And every now and then, I am graced with fan art as well, which is like, makes my fucking day. All hail the Gempire. Oh, we've got a command! Oh, we had a command this whole time. It's just Jem. I could have just typed Jem. Alright, let's get back to doing some artwork. Jem. It's Jem. It's Jem. That's just reminded me of that really slow Gandalf clip at the end of Lord of the Rings. Gandalf! Sam! Mary! Baby! Jem! How do you find Jem's Instagram? Jem! It's Jem. I should have known. I should have known. I hope that doesn't accidentally get deleted. Hope what doesn't? Oh, mate. Do you know what? One of them probably did get deleted. I'm not 100% sure. How do you not know your own commands? I don't make them. Oh, come on now. That's a misnomer. A streamer doesn't know their... Mate, there's not a single streamer on this platform who knows their own commands. And if you find one who does, they're a liar. They're probably just secretly a mod. Oh, I've really needed this tea. We're gonna... Guys, we are getting right back into the artwork right now, don't worry. But I've just desperately needed another cup of tea for my poor parched throat. Can I motorboat this to be? Yeah, fill your boots, man. Yeah, as long as she consents. You don't need my permission, but you do need hers. Alright, let's get back to it. Let's unpause the recording. So if there is a good clip that's disappeared, just bear in mind that I do have it saved, and we can upload it elsewhere. But you never know what has to go. Yeah, let's get rid of this altogether. We'll work this out again in a minute. We'll come back to it. OT Monkey, those emotes. Goose one is horrible. Don't do art, just chill. You don't need to draw. I love drawing. What do you think? Drawing makes me happy. But you know, when I want to do it, not when I have to do it to a deadline. But no, I'm vibing quite nicely with this piece. I like how it's going. I'm just really taking my time. I'm trying not to make any stupid shortcuts that actually hinder more than they help. But overall, let's push this back a little bit more. But overall, no. Turn it up. Now we know that with large boobage, the material, although this material line is hooking round here with the stitch, the boob mass goes round under the armpit. It doesn't just go up into the deltoids. So I'm not sure if I need to describe an awareness of that there. I don't think I need to. I don't want to overwork that patch. I like that it's a simple, flat, relatively light tone, just so that it pops the underside of his arm forward. We'll get some bounce light going on that satin material, maybe. The problem is like, it usually wants to be blue. I've bounced with brown. Should get a bit of blue bouncy. Now, it doesn't... So this is what I'm talking about, where I'm sort of talking about not necessarily following light rules anymore. And I will darken a lot of this, even though it's white material. So let's bring up some skin tone here. It's a little too saturated, isn't it? Maybe we don't need to play around quite that much. I'm just going to bring some of this green back across it. There we go. That's definitely vibing a different colour now. Let's push this grey back over. And then there's going to be a cast shadow that goes right over this arm. I just haven't bothered placing it yet, but there's going to be a whole vibe going on here. But maybe a tiny bit of this. And just a pick-me-up zone. But now, we're going to go on a multiply layer super lightly. Super lightly. Cron Belay, how you doing, man? She's an android. Who knows what gravity-defying material that boobage is made of? Desti Kaido, that's a very good point. Do you remember that time I said I was going to make that One Punch Man doujin? And then I designed everything and then never made it? I've still got that folder. I still intend to do that. Because it's going to be a precursor to our android, to our cyborg OC. No. Android. I missed so many of your amazing shots. Oh, Todgerino's photography phase. Todge is like a an 18-year-old schoolgirl. Todge is really into photography, psychology, and themselves. Todge's three main topics: photography, psychology, and themselves. Mikey, that's very ageist of you. No, I'm only kidding. Don't worry, I'm only teasing. A sketch for feedback. Andre, how you doing, Andre? Andre, how are our favourite ladies of Australia? Eli, yo, Eli, how's life? Eli, thank you very much for the 7 months. Thank you for the 7 months, Eli. I hope your life is going very well. It's lovely to have you. This line, is that from the line art there? No. Is that like just a non-coloured in bit from the base layer? Where's that? Where's this pixel? Look at these pixels here. Where are they from? Oh, it's from you. That's very naughty. You never know when you're going to come across a cheeky pixel. You got to keep an eye on them. They're like errant children. They're doing okay, Mikey, I would say. But one of them is a little sick. Oh, I'm sorry. I wish them both the best. Sorry, I'm not being purposefully diminutive of female streamers. I'm talking like this to Andre because Andre hangs out in 2 particular Australian streamers who I both came across at a similar time, and I'm a big fan of both of them. Mikey, what are you wasting time over? Well, I'm working out where I'm going to reinforce the lightest amount of multiply. You started reading my question for sketch. Oh, Flo! I'm so sorry. Can I post a sketch for feedback if you've got any? I've been sitting on this for a few hours. My judgment on what I feel is natural is compromised. Yeah. Get yourself a cheeky permit. Can someone drop a permit on Plo? We'll have a look. Obviously, it's never going to be a full critique, but I'll give you my gut reaction. It's punching a little bit better. Is this literally a song about how a guy likes to lie to women? Is this what I'm hearing right now? Oh yeah, let's have a look. Oh, she's lovely. Lovely, diminutive. I would say, flip your canvas. I would say, look at something else for 5 minutes. Then flip your canvas and have a little bit of a think about how the top of that rib cage meets into the hips. You've got your hips jaunting off to a side, and that is fine. But on the edge where you're projecting out, I wonder if you've come in just a touch too tight, maybe. And that is my initial gut reaction. But I like it overall. It's really fucking cute. The face, the weight, the vibe of everything else is gorgeous. I really like it. Also, Damien Corver, thank you for the follow. Corver, oh, like Crow. Damien Crow. Oh, do you read the Sandman comics? Oh, my copy came, guys. Did I ever talk about this? Yo! Sandman Volume 1. So for those of you not in the know, I've been reacting to the Sandman series on the Megaverse channel. And there's a whole load of people out there who watch Sandman reactors in particular. It's been really popular. And everybody in there was like super encouraging. So I ended up getting my hand on the graphic novels. Well, the first one. It's actually really thick. I thought it was going to be like really slim. Mikey, I saw this interesting technique earlier today, and I do not know why I never thought about it. There's a person that draws the outline on white paper, takes a photo, and then colours it in digitally. I mean, Andre the Barbarian, there's still people out there that start fires by smashing rocks together until they get sparks. But the rest of us have learned to use lighters. Good for them. Good for them, Andre. That's like the art version of watching that channel where a guy builds a hut from mud and sticks. Do you know those YouTube channels where the guy just starts off with like, he just goes into the jungle and he breaks a stick and then makes an axe and then cuts down a tree and makes a little hut? That's the art version of that. No, I'm kidding. That is a very, like, don't worry, I am genuinely open-minded to interesting art techniques. I'm just having a little hot take for fun. Yeah, dude, I used to mix around quite a few variations of scanning in artwork and digitally working on it before I fully moved to digital back in the day. And back when I was a young'un, I used to take a lot of black and white. This is before digital. This is back when I was in studies. But I used to fill my sketchbook full of like, I'd get loads of black and white photographs and photocopy them and then paint over them and stuff just to play around in studies. It wasn't the most effective thing in the world, but it made a lot of black and white pictures a lot more interesting if you were going to use them for presentation boards. Double O elbow. Close but no. I picked Corva from the Finnish language when I was younger. Oh, yo, awesome. There's another Finnish person who hangs around our stream from time to time. I won't out them now, because I don't want to... Oh, yo! Are you... Well, hello. The Ayuminiati cult raid. Oh! Ooh, wrong... that was the wrong button. Welcome on in, raiders of the Ayuminati cult raid. It's lovely to have you. Yo! Heyo! How you guys doing? Lovely to see you. Heavy metal flaps. Eze pedino. Yo, salve a todos. How you guys doing? My name is Mikey. I'm an illustrator from England. I'm doing some near automata stuff at the moment. Did I ever remember to press record? Here's some very old artwork. As an example, par exemple. I'm much better now for seeing you, thank you. I've had a bit of a sore throat today, so I've been taking it a bit easy. How are you? How is your stream? What have you been up to? Tell me all about it. Hey Rong, Annyeong, how you doing? LED. Guys, go follow Ayu. Ayu popped over and gave us a raid, dude, not too long ago, in fact. A few weeks back, it feels like. Lovely to see you again. I hope the day's been going very, very successfully. Apologies. I have a problem about turning off that sound effect. It's not within my, How did you know? Because your name's clearly Korean. It's that kind of cadence. The lovely Korean language, which I don't speak anything of. Anyway, guys, let's get rid of that. Yeah, so we're working on some Near to Be Automata today. So you guys might remember there was that meme which turned out to be fake, where there was a secret room, and there was a doorway to a secret cathedral, and then it turned out it was a mod. But I just took it as an opportunity that actually I'd really like to draw our lovely Yorha Unit 2B. And thus, here we are, enjoying our day. I hope life is treating you guys very, very well. You're the first person that got it. I'm a man of the world. What can I say? Oh, I'm so pleased. Sore throat, you say? Tea drinking out? Guys, I can afford to pay my mortgage this month. Oh, Mikey, where did all that money come from? Don't worry about it. Mikey, you keep brushing your teeth all the time. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to go brush my teeth again. Just a minute. Every now and then you'll see me staring off into the middle distance. I'm just going to go brush my teeth. Are you? Apparently so. Apparently it was a mod. And it was a fake room. But I still wanted to draw her anyway. You have such a lovely style. I'm happy to see it. Oh, Damien. Hey, thank you, man. I always like you, Finnish lot. You're my favourites. Anyway, are you? Is there anything that you want to share? By the way, there's an advert, an automatic adverts here, so I'm a bit terrified that everybody's just come in on Ayu's side is now stuck behind an advert. So just in case, I'm not going to bother talking to them for another minute. And then when the adverts are done, then I'll try talking to them again. Remember your worth. It's at least $60 a pop. None of that. Oh yeah, we talked about this, didn't we? So it turns out that in our joking fantasy universe, where maybe or maybe not I have to make money behind a gas station, it turns out I was seriously underselling myself. And that apparently what I thought was a good price is 20-year-old information. The industry's moved on. Inflation's happening. It's been a difficult economy. So there's no such thing as a $20 blozzer anymore. And I need to be $60. A $60 blozzer. Hey, Shadow Wraith. Yeah, so do you remember on the internet? Sorry, I'm going to pause this really quickly. I just want to see if, are you here? I have nothing to share. I only play games. But Hey Rong is also very good in art. She could share something. Hey Rong, you have been... I've never seen this before. Hey Rong, you have been nominated. I've offered Ayu an opportunity to share something, if they're in a mood. Because it's always nice to see you guys. It's a pleasure having you. But they've actually nominated you. And as a delicious raider, and therefore a guest of the stream, I second that nomination. Hey Rong, is there anything that you'd like to share? Kumisuka, how you doing? Finnish people unite. I also like... Oh, Kumi! Bless your heart. $60, that's highway robbery. I'd only pay that if you swallowed. Oh, I'm not going to start swallowing. Yeah. No. I will... What you will get is enthusiasm. The moment it's happening, I'm going to make you think we're both really into it. But after that, I'm going to... I retain the right to spit. And that is a human right. That's what the G8 summit was all about. Basic human rights. Food. Water. Shelter. Spitting if you want to. That's... Come on. Don't be like that. Yeah, let's go have a look. By the way, I'm so sorry, Raiders, about our conversation topic. We will talk about something else. she's gorgeous. Nanol Art. I'm not familiar with this character, but I love your color scheme. I love your eyes. It's bold, it pops, it's full of warmth. Oh! Also, 2 key elements, the highlights on the horns and the pattern on, what do you call the bow that goes around a yukata? Well, that's bloody gorgeous, isn't it? The right to what now? Come on, Andre. It's 2022, Andre. Basic human rights. What's this about? No, let's not get hung up about prices. Long story short is I've learned my worth. I have learned my worth. Oh, she's another artist. Oh, is it? Oh, it's a fan art of a VTuber. Yo, it's popping. What are you on about? Yeah, I know. I would assume swallowing was included. What's the point otherwise? It's like milking a cow without a bucket. Straight into the straw. Can I remind you guys you're only paying $60? Alright. If you want the VIP evening service, then yeah, more gets included. But we're talking, look. You guys, the problem with you guys is you're the internet generation. You expect too much for too little. Everything's so disposable to you. When I was a kid, we had to work hard for our blosses. I had to go down mill. I had to go roll oats and bake bread in the morning and then work in a steel mill with all the other kids up on the Hovis farm. Don't even know you're born. I think Queen Victoria did too much for children's rights. That's a really bad topic turn. I've just realised, based on the current topic, I've just realised that was a really bad segue. Let's cut that one. Yeah, don't record that. Siligawa Teken. How you doing? Hey, Mikey in chat. First time catching a stream. Well, welcome on in. How you doing? Lovely to have you. Yeah, we're just drawing Unit 2B. I'm taking my time and I'm kind of chatting with chat and just vibing along. But we're very slowly making progress over her key elements. We need to do the environment, the sword, the effects that go around the sword, the stockings, a bit more on the skin, highlights on the hair, the actual environment background. I'm going to have to put some colours into these browns. I don't know how to describe it, but I'm going to have to like sneak some purples and greens into the browns maybe. But we're slowly we're inviting along. And then there needs to be another layer where I've got her her blindfold. There we go. And then another layer of the dress. So we've still got a lot of work to do, but I'm not going to rush to the finish with this one. I'm enjoying how it's turning out, but it's only turning out this way because I'm taking my time. These people who are complaining about your price definitely have armpit grabs. Avoid. Good. With the kind of prices these people have going, whatever they're getting involved with is not safe or sanitary. I've got friends who charge $1,000 an hour in that industry. Good for them, Jimmy. Jimmy, tell them Mikey said good for them. And also, Mikey wants some pointers. It's mostly protein. It's great stuff. What, child labour? Just call me Siliga. Also PK. Oh, yo. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciated. Hope you're all having a lovely evening. Yeah, like I say, sorry. The reason why we're faffing is we had a lovely raid. So I was just kind of like stopped working and said hello to people. But I will vibe back in. 2 things. Taking liberties with the word dress. Mikey taking it slow and... No, we haven't done any. Look. I'm actually going to overdress her. She's got like a kind of a short but very... what do you call it when you fold back on something? Pleated? She's got a short but pleated heavy material dress. I want to give her a proper long flowing dress. I want a dress that flows off the page to give some really wide, stable shape language. So that it's going to... Because obviously she's got all these super slim moments. Big head, but actually it's mostly hair, and you can kind of tell that there's delicate shapes here because of the gaps between the hair bowl shape getting to the face and stuff. We're capturing a tiny, not that I'm tooting my horn, but it's a tiny bit of dullness. Big cleavage, but actually we're going in really tight with the rest of these body shapes. So to accentuate this kind of in and outness here, I want some really big stable black and white areas down here by spreading out this really long dress. And there'll just be the slit down here, so we get the flash of the thigh to kind of make it pop. But will I ever get round to doing it, or will I complete this and then just be like, there we go, Patreon's done. Bish bash bosh, let's play Cult of the Lamb. So we'll see. Now bear with me a moment. Before I press record on this, I'm just going to turn my aircon back on. It's always now I can change the temperature on my air conditioning unit to get an optimal temperature, but I don't believe in that. I just set it to maximum cold and then run it for a while. Pleated maid skirt, yeah, that's kind of a vibe. But it's a bit long for me. Now don't get me wrong, guys, there's going to be 2 images. This is one of them. But I just want to have like an A image and a Unit 2B image, where there's the blindfold and also more material. Because it was going to change the weight. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. That was a horrible burp. I felt like I was going to throw up for a minute. I need to change the weight. Or it will change the weight and feeling of the piece. So I want to play around with those variations. Oh god, wow. I genuinely tasted my dinner. Oh, that was not so pleasant. Alright, one sec. One sec. I'm not going to throw up, don't worry. Wait, the music stopped. Where's my headphones? Guys, we've just come to the end of Now That's What I Call Music 75. Let me find another one. Now that's what I call music. We're gonna go much earlier. I want to find something banging from like what was big in 1999. This might be too much for some people. Okay. Alexander, how you doing? How's your day going? Yeah, not too bad, thank you. I mean, we're getting there. There we go. I'm a happy chap. Oh, excuse me, yawning. Oh. Okay, what were we doing? Yeah, back to work, Record. I'm also trying to keep my layers down. I'm doing a lot of merging. Don't tell anyone. Not loads, but like a few bits here and there. Let's make sure I'm still on this layer. It's wishful thinking. I am recording, thank you so much. I sent you a whisper of the top 100. Oh my god, Jimmy! I thought you were going to send me. I sent you a whisper of hot top 100 price ranges for escorts or something. The top 100 songs of 1999. Wait a minute. What am I on? I'm on now, Jimmy. I'll go for it in a minute. Don't worry. But I've got now. That's what I call music. 1999. Isn't the That's What I Call Music Pantheon always supposed to be whatever the hits were? Like, it's all the number ones? When this song came out, I was already listening to Children of Bodom from my parents' collection. I don't know that one. Will Smith's Tonight We're Gonna Party Like It's... Oh, hold up, it is! Holy shit! Auntie Maggie's Knocking Shop. Fucking hell. I want barely any highlight on here. I don't want to pull too much attention down this leg. It's not a focal area or anything. I feel like some of the tracks aren't hits. Maybe just popular on radios. Here's a classic. I know I've said this a million times, but Fatboy Slim did a free live concert once on Brighton Beach. And everybody drove down to Brighton, and he faced sideways along the beach. So that the entire length of the beach between the piers was like crammed. Well, not all that way, but really Ramo. And then a week later, I went to visit my friends in Brighton, and we bought a sandwich. And we went down on the beach and we sat down. And I sat down, and then I looked to my right, and there was a used condom. Just missed it. And I looked to my left, and there was a hypodermic needle and a syringe sitting on a pebble. And I just missed that. And then we moved. Whenever I hear Fatboy Slim, I remember that time I genuinely sat down between a rock and a hard place. And I was just like, thank you, Fatboy Slim. Thank you for your free gig on Brighton Beach. Thank you. All the tattoo parlors were empty that day, do you know what I'm saying? I can keep it pretty rough down here. Careful. The radios made the hits. Jimmy, you are correct. It was indeed a bit of an untrustworthy system. Music hits in the 90s, Jimmy, was like trying to find a trustworthy review in like a PlayStation magazine. Oh wow, Nintendo 64 official magazine say that this unfinished Nintendo 64 game is actually relatively good and worth trying. I can trust them, right? Wait a minute, this game is rubbish? But the state-sponsored magazines are really good. Maybe I'm wrong. Must be my fault. It's probably my fault. Book of Lies they were. PlayStation magazine. You were in the middle of a party. I was. Jimmy, I felt like an archaeologist. Wow. Ah, there was a party here. Long, long ago. people would come down from the north and party right here. Instead of looking at shards of Roman pottery, looking at used condoms and hypodermic needles. Right, let's get that texture back out. Actually, do you know what? I'm going to use the texture main brush, and we're just going to follow the curve. This may or may not be a good idea. This is a multiplier layer, isn't it? Yeah. Very soft eraser. You're not from Brighton playing in my head. I don't know that one. Well, I've probably heard it, but I don't know off the top of my head. What are the odds? I know. It was like a genuine, like, it was like a skit. I was like, but I promise you, that little tale right then, that little tiny little story, has zero hyperbole in it. That is exactly what happened. I remember it so vividly. Just going to save a flat copy. I don't think I've done that in quite a while. By the way, I've got my aircon on again, so tell me if I'm competing with the music, if you can't hear me at all. Because I can't really judge it. Cross-reference and cross-check. Do you remember when MTV aired music videos? Doesn't MTV do that anymore? What does MTV play? You sound good. Oh, Jimmy, same to you, man. I always like listening in on your streams. The way I listen to Jimmy's stream is the way I listen to anyone's. I pop in and I say hello. And I try to make sure that I've joined in on at least 1 or 2 conversation topics. And then your boy Mikey goes on another tab and gets his work done. Leaves a bit of audio on so he can hear the streamer. Life of a streamer, innit? Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm there and I'm listening. But if you stream or make creative content of your own for any platform, you can't just sit there and watch somebody live stream. You have to get some work done. Do you know what I mean? You can't just sit there and have someone stream on. What kind of a psychopath opens up a stream on Twitch and goes, "Hey, I'll watch this." Oh, this is good. Oh, that's a good conversation. I'll join in. Type. What are you doing this evening? Oh, I'm watching my favourite live streamer. Nobody in the world does that. You get shit done. You put on your streamer and you get shit done. Otherwise, you feel really guilty. Never ends. Okay, Quali's different, Andre. Quali is very, very well lit. And she's very lovely and very friendly. That's different. That doesn't count. You can't count Australian streamers. They're different. Except for Luton, my boy Luton. That's a YouTube video. I put on a bit of Luton's YouTube stuff when I'm having my dinner. If I've got a lovely plate of food, so there's two ways I eat. Either I eat from the same pan that I've just finished cooking in, standing up in the kitchen over the stove, because who am I trying to impress? The Queen's not coming round. You cook your food in the pan, you eat your food from the pan. Only one pan to wash up. Job's a good one. Or I run upstairs with a plate full of a beautifully prepared meal. Meat, veg, stuff. Run upstairs. What am I going to do? I put on a Luton video for 40k lore. That's always good. A weird goober. Steam Grey, don't hate me. I'm not 100% confident what a goober means. I watch when I feel comfortable and I like the content. Oh, Annie Pichu's still here. Welcome to my safe space, Annie Pichu. So I always, this is like, don't worry, Annie, this isn't aimed at you. But like, this is always a thing where every now and then I think, oh God, I better just say this. I love rude topics. And because I'm not getting anybody, coach don't play. I love talking about sex stuff all the time. Like, I haven't even left the house in a million years. And I like rude stuff. But only on the understanding that when I say something awful, we have to all understand that I'm aware it's awful and I don't believe it. The subtext has to be that we all understand and have like a relatively friendly, open-minded vibe. So that we can all laugh together when I say some of the most disgusting things about other people. Otherwise it doesn't work. It's hard to watch everything. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Having a stream on gets me in the mood to draw something, especially if the stream is drawing. Luna, yeah. I'll tell you two people recently that I'm really into for that. Kleiner speaks English, but she's a Czech streamer. So I try to say hello to her whenever I can, but I don't want to interfere with her vibe. But I put on Kleiner's streams a lot because her paintings now are just so fucking lovely. Like, she was really good at painting 3-4 years ago when I first came across her stream. Now she's just entering into God tier. Like, her work is so fucking good. So, like, when I see Kleiner's streams, that motivates me. And another non-English streamer is, I think you pronounce, no, careful. I think you pronounce it Fak, or Faki, but I'm going to call her Fakir, for safety's sake. But there's another French illustrator called Fakir, and my French is very rusty, but her line work is so crisp, and she's been doing a load of study streams, and she's got like all these hand studies and stuff, and where she chooses to put a slightly thicker or thinner line weight, oh yeah, I can watch a lot of that sort of thing. Anyway, Crouton Commando, welcome on in. How you doing, man? Nice to see ya. Yeah, Jimmy. Yeah. All right. Anyway, he's not wrong. What did I say I was going to do next? Oh, I'm not done here. I'm going to have to cook some dinner soon. If we enter as part of the stream where I'm doing more talking and working, it usually means we're reaching a point where I could do with a bit more food. I'm not desperately hungry or anything, but we'll consider the matter in just a moment. I haven't seen you on in a while. Oh, Crouton, you're just missing me. I'm live every day, man. Oh, Andre, have a good one. Look after yourself. 1 hour of work left. Oh, hey, have a good day. Have a good day. Yo, thank you very much for vibing, Andre. I'll see you over at, Natalia sees all her qualies. What is this playlist, bro? Yo, Demon Key, we are listening to Now That's What I Call Music, 1999. Oh, wait, can I share this? Totally not Shadow Wraith. Thank you very much for saying, man. Yo, Todge, what did you have? Tell me all about your dinner and your food. I've been wondering about it for some time, but you weren't here to answer my demands of... Flat Eric. Oh, man, who remembers Flat Eric? Because he remembers you. Don't say it, don't think it, don't say it, don't think it. Flat Eric. Sweet thanks. Fuck! Fuck! I know that feeling, Demon. Lamb biryani and some poppadoms and some samosas. Oh, that is nice. Heavy metal, thank you very much for vibing, dude. Have yourself a bloody good rest and a mighty fine evening. Look after yourself. Can you leave me the center of the donut? Ah. Has everybody watched Everything Everywhere all at the time? Wait, Everything Everywhere all at once? I can't even remember the end of that film. I kind of zoned out. But I'm not smirching it at all. I remember thinking, this is really nicely shot. This is really engaging and really interestingly put together. And then I think I was like really tired. So I need to watch the end of it. But like, I was loving it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go dark and then I'm going to go grey. Question mark. Maybe. it's really weird. Like, I haven't had to deal with the hips side on at a kind of isometric. It's not quite, but you know what I mean. Side on looking up. So the shape works in my head whilst tilted. Oh, Homongchi! Yeah, how you doing, man? Oh, well, Homongchi, we've only just started, really. We've been streaming for about an hour and a half. A couple hours. Not yet, but people tell me to. Yeah, it's good. It's certainly one of the much better films that's been made recently. That's for sure. Anyway, the only reason I mention that is because of the donut talk. We won't need teeth where we're going. I know. We're going to the patisserie. The patisserie is only a word. The reality is much worse. A donut. You made it. We came. Booba. Who do you pick? Booba indeed. How you doing? I thought the movie was bollocks. I thought it was a lot of fun. Wait a minute. Have I just lived in a fantasy? Oh my god. I was like, in my head, I was like, wow, the changes I'm making are so subtle. It wasn't even on the right clipping layer. Oh my god. That's a real dickhead move, that is. I was like, wow, I've just ever so slightly brought up the light. So slightly that I can't even tell the difference. But there must be a difference because I've made several heavy brush strokes. I'm so subtle, I haven't even noticed. I wasn't working on this layer at all. Should we try that again? Oh, what a prick. I fucking hate artists like me. Oh, I'm so subtle. Fuck off, you tosser. Anyway. Yeah, Chemical Brothers. Mate, we are late 90s Harding right now. This is from... Is it Surrender? Was that the name of the album? Chemical Brothers Surrender? Torch, what was the last movie you watched that you really liked? Was it, Multiverse of Madness? Adric Ong, how you doing, man? Adric, we are listening to Hey Boy... Wait. Now That's What I Call Music, 1999. I run my commands. I'm the Mikey bot. Exclamation mark Mikey. It's all me. Okay, I've still not really reconciled, obviously, any highlights or flesh texture. I might try to get a little bit of specular highlight texture going, like all the really big artists do. But I don't want to lose any of that cleanness that I've achieved with that feeling over here. However, whilst we're here, much as we might want to avoid it, I think we've got to start thinking about getting highlighty. And then we get to erase it. So let's use a hard edge eraser. Yeah. Hey, Ladies Amos. I will save. Thank you. I just watched the other night. They did a good job of it not being the original, while still feeling like it. Are you talking about Top Gun? Oh, I heard that was really fucking good. Yeah, I've still not watched that. But I heard it was an absolute banger. Wait, am I right in thinking Tom Cruise literally learned to fly a jet this time? Like, he learned to fly a fighter jet for that movie. 1999's got some of the best music. And it's home to my favourite movie, The Matrix. Crouton. The Matrix still stands up today. Yeah. That's like a really fucking good film. Today, it's a really good fucking film. Yeah, I'm a big Matrix stan. Oh, am I a bit behind on chat? Just noticed a plane on the nose. Soft and nice look. Oh, hey, thank you very much. Yeah, I was trying to accentuate the pointiness and the doll-like aspect to her. Normally, I kind of draw thickly, shapely stuff. Struggling to give my face's depth without overdoing it. Yeah, Tuki, mate, that's the same for me. Like, I can bring up a beautiful reference picture of someone's amazing work. But if I try to tie their quality of face into the kind of stuff that I'm trying to produce, you can feel that something's not fitting. So I'm always trying to look at, like, something that inspires me with somebody else's work. But not just copy. Like, certainly I will have a go at copying it or studying it or incorporating it to try to work out how to do it. But then the next step on that journey is working out how to fold it into the way that I actually like to illustrate and what I'm trying to achieve with my drawings. And that can be a bit of a difficult step sometimes. Mikey, I can't see that you're making any difference. I promise I'm doing something this time. This time I promise something is happening. Oh my god. Blast from the past now. He's qualified in a number of aircraft. All the scenes in him in a jet, he's in a back seat. Ah, okay. Oh, I bet he feels silly. I thought he was an actor. Isn't, who's the guy from Greece? He's a qualified airline pilot, isn't he? Jonathan Travolta. Hey, Lievenek. How you doing, dude? Hi to everyone who doesn't need to go to work tomorrow. Lievenek, are you in England or are you in Australia or something? Sorry, I don't mean to dox you. I'm just curious because for me it's 8 o'clock in the evening. Which is, I'm still allowed to be awake at 8 when I'm a kid. Now. I'm going to try something and it might not work, so don't worry. Nobody panic. Why do I feel like that one brushstroke still had shape dynamics? Yeah, it did. Oh no, it's horrible. I don't like it. Take a sip, Miss KTV, long time no see. How the devil are you doing, you lovely thing? Heya. E-Brig, how are you? How are you? If you have to wake up at 5:50 for work, leave an ek, I'm Czech. Oh, Easter Czech. Mluvte dobře anglicky? Yo, I hope you have a good luck with your early start. You know what, actually, I just remembered, apart from Beavis and Butthead, the last recent movie I loved was the Mitchells versus the Machines. The trailer made it look like crap, but Stu said he loved it, and it was actually a breath of fresh air. I've never heard of that in my life. Susie Hatter, hello there, thank you for the follow. Mitchells versus the Machines. Susie, how are you? I once had a summer fling with a girl called Susie. And that's the end of that story. It was 1,000,000 years ago. I'm not suggesting it's you, Susie, don't worry. One time I was raiding you in Tofu's front raiding party. Oh, I see, Livenek. Livenek! Żegnajcie mnie, prosim. Gdzie stanice metra? Huh? Gdzie Warszawskie Namiesty? Come on, I want to see the sights. Where's the good stuff? Yeah, Tofu's brilliant. We were talking about Tofu, actually, at the start of the stream. I was talking about streamers that I still like. People on the art... No. We were just being silly. But I was talking about streamers in the art category who are like the hardcore old schoolers. And Tofu was streaming art before I was. And I'm always pleased to see Tofu because... By the way, I have no right to make any judgments. But I remember when I first came into Tofu's stream, I remember thinking her artwork was superb. And she was also really fucking good at Copics, because she did her Copic course. And whenever I saw Tofu's stuff, I was like, man, Tofu's so cool. I like Petra. But despite that, now, her artwork is so much fucking wildly better. It was already great when I first came across her. Now it's just fucking brilliant. So I like catching Tofu streams and people like that who've been here for at least as long as I have. Obviously her is more. But also I feel like we're all evolving. If I see somebody who's been streaming as long as I have and they've got the exact same vibe and the exact same attitude, that's absolutely fine. And that's what a lot of people want, a bit of stability. But what does it for me is, like, I like seeing people evolve. Gamma Kuruchador, how you doing? Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, we're just pushing things forward and pulling things back. I'm trying to work slowly, not overwork anything, to increase my confidence as we go through the layers. So we've done most of her clothing and outfit. I haven't done any skin highlights. We haven't done her cast shadow or the sword. But I'm just picking out a few bits of hair. Then we need to put a few bits of colour in the eyes. But we're not going to work too much more on her, so to speak. Because I want to keep this simple feeling. Excuse me, though. It's a bit of a hard edge. This looks so good. Yo, DJ Sayori, thank you very much for saying. I hope you're having a lovely evening. Mitchells versus the Machines. Why does that... Torch, that sounds like an animated movie. I'm a bit worried about this chunk of hair. I can highlight it up here, but not down there, because otherwise it will throw off how far back it is. Just for lightest pass, though. Guys, I'm just going to turn the aircon off again and go for a quick wee. I'll be right back. Remind me to record. It is animated. Ah, okay. Yo. Okay, so here's the score. I have taken out my steak. So I'm going to let my steak reach room temperature just a little bit. And then I'm going to fry it. Hey, I just started out in drawing, says Yummy Cookies. Hey, are there any tips or advice that you can share for beginners? Yeah, Yummy. Draw lots. Don't worry about drawing anything perfect. And remember, every time you draw, for the first half an hour to 45 minutes, your drawing's always going to be a bit tight and suck. You have to warm up your drawing, just like you have to warm up your muscles before you go for a run. So always remember, when you first start drawing, it's going to be really crap. Don't worry about it. Then get into the zone. And the more you draw, the quicker you learn. The quicker you learn, the faster you earn. What cut of steak tonight? Sorry to flex, but I got myself a sirloin with a nice cut of fat on it. Look, eating a lovely sirloin steak is lovely. Eating the fat on a lovely sirloin steak is exquisite. I actually can't buy that many steaks anymore. So the reason why I was going through a lot of steaks wasn't a money flex. Iceland had just absurdly, I don't know if there was like an influx of cows or something, but Iceland went through a phase where they were selling really nice sirloin steaks, like fucking 12 ounces, for like $3.50, and I bought shitloads. And then all of a sudden, they put them up to £4.50, because they obviously noticed they'd fucked up. And now they're £5.50. And I've come to the end of my backlog of sirloin. I always cut the fat off. Oh my god, rotating Dorito! Oh god! No! That's so delicious! Why would you do that? Oh, that's really upset me. Why would you cut it off? Oh, Fenrir, I'm sorry, man. Ah, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Backlog of sirloin, yeah. Yeah, Iceland knew what they were doing. They got me hooked and then they started raising the price. Fuckers. The fat on the steak is the best. Never be sorry for enjoying a good life. Well, if it's any help, the rest of my house is a skip. Rotating Dorito, you are more than welcome to your opinion. None of which I share. Oh, this is madness! Oh, let's record. Oh! Banger. National Express. Yo, we're gonna put on a best of. Yo, I'm so sorry. I know we're listening to hits of 1999, but that has just put me over into, we need to listen to the Divine Comedy. All of their songs are so good. Well, no, that's a lie. Their greatest hits and best of was really good. Gin-soaked boy. Oh, wow. I don't recognize half these. Okay, I've only ever really listened to their greatest hits album. Let me just see if I can... I think it's Divine Comedy. Like, let me just see if I can find that in particular. Albums. Discography. Foreverland. Ed? Am I clicking this correctly? Here we go. One sec. Best of. Don't mention the war. Office politics. One sec. Did they play it Foreverland? Holy shit. I really want to specifically find the one album that I've listened to. All their good songs are on all of these albums that I'm scrolling past. A Secret History. 1999, Secret History. So we're actually still on topic, because this best of album was released in 1999. All the songs are bangers. No more steak flex, damn. It was that record company, Marge. The first 9 were only a penny. Which episode's that from? You smile. Hey, Totally. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing today? New Twitch name. Vilas the glitched dragon. I'm assuming you were glitched previously. I redecorated my room, Miss KTB. Is that code for when you wait for a really, really long time before you masturbate? And then when you finish everywhere. If I take a week off for personal growth and then give myself a really big treat on a Sunday, yeah, I redecorate. We've all redecorated the bedroom. Hey, good for you, good for you. Just lay down some plastic. I remember this song. Made it real bangers. I was wondering if tracing is a good way to learn to draw. KMC, no. KMC, if you like tracing, if you enjoy tracing, if you find it therapeutic, if it makes you happy, good. Will it help you learn to draw? Not at all. When you look at something and you do a study, look at the image, try to redraw it. Look at the image, try to create it. What is it about the image that's different about what you've done? Oh, my eyes are too big compared to the image that I like. Why doesn't my drawing feel as good as that image? Ah, I've done the hair a bit differently. I've made my face a bit too thick. When you look at something and try to do a study, that information goes through your brain into the part where you have to process visual language and shapes, and the part that has to develop a good sharp eye to really see what you're looking at. You're building up your hardware accessibility for creating art. When you trace, you're not using that part of your brain. Your hand is just following a line. There's none of that cognitive function that you're slowly working up. Yeah. If you enjoy it, great. Tracing can be really chill and really therapeutic. If you think it's going to help you with your artwork, thanks for your advice. Oh, no worries. Oh, Crixian, thank you for the follow. Hey, yeah. Did I ever say hello and thank you to Yummy Cookies? Or Grey Zoldyck? Yo! Oh, Grey Zoldyck, I don't know if you're still here, but I never said thank you for the follow. But also, are you a Hunter x Hunter fanboy? Cheers, Shadow. Thank you very much. Let's put some highlights on the lips. You'll notice I've kept the eyes feeling nice and dead. I kind of want to keep that. I'm going to put a little colour in here, but my gut instinct is to not give these eyes any highlights. Let's get another quick flat. Oh my god, it's been bugging me all night. I really hope I feel better tomorrow. We have so many scary video games to get through. I don't want to be screaming on a sore throat. Only when I think of you, Mikey. I've also redecorated. Not Mikey's definition! Okay, wholesome redecorating. I'm technically still redecorating next door as well. I've stripped off half the wallpaper, and I was like, wow, I'm doing so well, and I never went back to it ever again. My bedroom next door looks like one of those, like, background adverts for, animal shelters for the RSPCA. Do you know those adverts where they're just like, this poor abandoned puppy. Milo here was left in a drug addict's heroin flat with just a mattress and a bowl of poo to live off. For just $3.99 a month, we can wash this dog, this disgusting matted fur dog, and give it a better life. When you see those adverts and it's all sepia and grainy, and it's a really dirty dog tied to a chain, curled up on a rag in a crack den, surrounded by filth. That environment, that's literally what my bedroom looks like. That image that you're picturing, there's like rain leaking through the roof. Minus the dog, that is literally my bedroom. That, and just add to it, just add a wallpaper stripper. That horrible scenario, mattress with some rags, plus a wallpaper stripper and half-stripped wallpaper. That's literally my living environment. Perfectly captured the panic in the comment, yeah. Dude, go to school and play the thing on a PlayStation 2. Yeah, look. We can play a PlayStation 2 game. We could play Dino Crisis. Yeah, we could play the thing on a PS2. Is that available on Steam? One sec. Yeah, the PC version on Steam. Oh, wait. Oh, maybe not. Excuse me, I'm having another weird burp. Oh, I don't know if it is here. Let me go into the store. Now, the problem is, if it's a PS2 game, I might have to, re-plug in the PS3 and see if it's available on a PS Store. But I don't know if the PS3 store is still open. I think they might have closed it. So it's going to boil down to whether or not it's available on a PS5. Yeah, it's not on Steam, dude. God, we need to play more No Man's Sky. Oh wow, The Witch Queen for Destiny 2 is available. Said me never. Mikey was the crack dog all along. I was. And for just $4.99 a month, you can get free access to my Discord and help me have a wash and a bath. Come on now. Rieka Shrike. Hey, how you doing? Rika Shrike, are you a fan of just the bird, the Shrike? Or, by any chance, have you read Hyperion by Dan Simmons? Play the No Internet Dinosaur game. Oh, offline Google webpage. Yeah, Todge, I can't find it. I literally can't find it. Minesweeper is a banger. I nearly smashed out a really good Minesweeper session once on stream. I got hoisted at the very end. Okay, I've been putting it off for ages, but I think we've reached a point where I can start applying the stitching. Now, is there any on her elbows? Up, 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 up. I was having a little think about the idea. It's totally alien and it doesn't work and I don't like it. But now I know. Darkening around the elbow though. A little bit. I might just push this whole joint section back a little bit. Give it that chunk. Shape dynamics. Of girls who want to take their clothes off, long as we can all watch for okay. Oh, I thought it was for the boys. I'm drawing whilst watching. This looks gorgeous. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I like the bird, but the name was originally inspired by the Shrike from Mortal Engines. Oh, how does that go? What's the girl's name? Is it like... It's like Hannah Petal, Hannah Morgan. Hannah Morgan. Yo, I really like that Shrike design. Now, I've not read the books. I've only watched the film. But the Shrike was the standout moment of that movie. Hestia. No. Hannah. No, Hestia. Yeah, there was something about that Shrike. That's how I imagine Necrons being in Warhammer 40k. I feel like, I don't know if this makes sense, but I feel like the Shrike from his Mortal Engines was a better representation of the Necrons in Warhammer than the Necrons in Warhammer. Same. Yeah, it's so good, right? Yeah, I really like that vibe. Is there supposed to be other chats other than the artwork in the server? Oh, Shadow Wraith, is that why you haven't been bantering in all the other rooms? Wait, Shadow Wraith, how many rooms do you see in my Discord? No, that's all there is, dude. I am making more rooms. I'm going to make more rooms the day after tomorrow. I'm going to start off with a general hello room where we can all just chat. But we're going to build it up slowly based on what people's needs are. There's one for the art. Yeah, that's all there is. That's all there is. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the dotted lines their own layer. And then I'm also going to use it as a clipping mask. But I will put it on as pure white to start off with. Long as we can all watch for the boys. Now, what I could do is create a scatter brush that kind of blipped the lines. But I'm not very good at that. Might be interesting to try it though. One sec. Hey, Warm. How you doing? Mikey, you asked. You made me think I missed the Discord channel. Haunter, yeah. So my game plan, Haunter, is I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to have another version of this where she's got the blindfold, but also like a really long flowing dress. However, I'm going to get this version done, make sure it's all sorted out for Patreon packs, and then I'll work on the extra stuff probably afterwards, and then submit it into the bonus Patreon set, depending on how we're doing for time. Because I need to start working on the August Patreon packs are due in 5 days. And this one was supposed to arrive 25 days ago. Oh, War Motion, thank you very much for saying. Favorite part of the body I like to draw. Really? Wow, that makes you pretty special. Not a huge amount of people are super enthusiastic about hands. It's cool that you're one of them. Right, I'm going to need a hard edge brush. Now, I'm not sure if I'm doing this the best way, guys. So this is going to be a little bit of an experiment. You remember June to September. Yo, hey, Yamada, thank you very much for the follow. Greetings from Spain. Oh, Abaddon, Warmaster Abaddon. Yo, salve, salve. Saludos desde England. Yo, ¿cómo estás? Amazing character 2B. Great draw as always. You're a beast. Oh, yo, cheers, dude. Thank you, thank you. Gracias para él. For each piece, a layer, I think. A new layer for every single stitch. It's the only way to be safe. It's the only way to be sure. What if I want to remove one of these stitches in particular, and it's not on its own unique layer? I agree. Yo, Sketch Dave as well. How you doing, man? Cheers for the follow, man. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all having a lovely day. We are just slowly working our way along. Unit 2B. Yorha Unit, near Automata 2B. Guys, make sure you're all following me. Why? I barely know you. I've only just opened your stream. Because we're playing horror video games for the next 2 months, as well as also doing artwork. And it's just going to be so much fun. Oh, really, Mikey? Have you done something to make it like a fun event? No. Okay, well, have you downloaded those horror games on Steam that we all suggested? Well, not yet, not yet. But man, it's going to be so good. Come along, kids. Wait, 10 out of 10. Can't wait. 10 out of 10, cannot wait. Oh, there's an entire pattern and design on all of the rest of her vibe. I completely forgot. Fascinating. So I'm going to go white here, but I'm actually going to go black elsewhere. Sounds like my trip to Jamaica. Let's go over here. I might put this layer further up the hierarchy as well. Let's go over here. Remember the summer house. I'm still kind of confused about the Discord. How do I get my beautiful rolls? Warm Ocean Terrorists. At the moment, it's only for subs and Patreons. There's no actual rooms. If you happen to be a $2 or up patron on Patreon, please make sure your Patreon is linked through Discord. Have a look on a Patreon and Discord guides. And if you're not, don't worry. I'm going to be making some actual normal hello rooms. And I'm going to do that the day after tomorrow, so that our Discord actually just has a general space where everyone can vibe. So soon, I'll have a little just a chatting room, just for text, in the middle. But it will happen. It will happen. Have you got a list of the games you're playing? Disco Beard. I actually have a really good spreadsheet full of all the games lined up, and I still haven't put my actual games list on here for the horror games, but I will tell you what they are right now. We're not going to get all of them done, obviously, because I'm quite busy, but over the next 2 months, we're going to try to play Mortuary Assistant, Layers of Fear, Death Forest, Visage, Devour, Little Nightmares 2, Lost in Vivo, Death Mark, In Silence, Mists of Iden, World of Horrors, Witch Hunt, and Lost in Random. And also, we'll still be playing Cult of the Lamb, because I fucking love that game. But then I will, oh, I'm definitely connected. But also, I'll add it into my proper game spreadsheet when the time comes. Sorry, I just paused the recording so that I could grab that out. Are we playing Nier Automata Fresh? No! Nier Automata with the fresh mod pack. I'll get kicked off the platform. mikeymegamega's Nier Automata Fresh Edition. No thank you. Nier Automata Fresh Edition is how you lose your sponsorship with major suppliers. I'm like Adriana Chechnik. I was going to play in the Streamer Video Game Awards, and then an hour before we went live, they told me I wasn't allowed because of my Nier Automata Fresh Edition campaign. When a perverted live streamer is going to be treated like any other member of the industry, it's disgusting. When will I, with my fresh mods, get the treatment I deserve? On the tree, we didn't know what for. We didn't feel like driving anymore. I fucking love that. We got bored. That's what I had. So I went through a phase. I know you guys already know this, most of you. But I went through a phase where I kept buying this really, really cheap little car in England called a Fiat Punto, 1998 Black Edition. Really boxy, actually quite spacious. And you could always buy one on eBay for about £500 or less. And I used to keep buying them because I kept crashing them all the time because I didn't feel very attached to them. You could just bomb it around. Tiny little 1.2 litre engines. I'd smash it around the roads until I get in a car crash. And because I wasn't attached to it and it was so cheap and disposable, you just walk away, call up your insurance, get your £500 back, go straight on eBay and just buy the exact same make and year. And I just went through a phase where I was burning through these 1998 Fiat Puntos. And like I'd always have the memory of this song. Where is it? The engine. Your daddy's car. I do that with jeans, yeah. We didn't know what for. We didn't feel like driving anymore. It was so good we got bored. Beautiful. The day we are born. And the engine starts. Now. You having a lot of buffering? Oh dear. My transmission is pretty good. Ladies. I got the all clear from the doctor. The art's just well. Oh, thank you so much. Wait, you still talking to me? It's because you guys really like that clean, crisp anime look, don't you? I'm going to go back into doing like a really simple dumpling shapes. And you're all going to be like, wow, what's happened, Mikey? It feels like a step back. And I'm just like, it's just a different style. However, it has been brought to my attention following my terrible web help chat with YouTube the other day. Ayatollah pointed out that it's about time I did another Tsunade fan art. So we might just go and do that soon. And that'll be crisp and clean. And it'll be like this. Clean, crisp anime style. It's been a long time since I did a cheeky Tsunade. Mikey, you a cam girl? Not on this platform. Mikey, genuine question, says Among G. But should you do layouts on the actuality page or another sheet of paper? Oh, do you mean like the rough thumbnailing? Like the initial composition stuff? And when you say paper, are you talking about an IRL piece of paper? Because if you're talking IRL, Among G, I would still sketch out my thumbnails the size of thumbnails. So I would definitely be doing that on a different piece of paper. Just for the overall composition shot. If you're talking about digitally, I'd do my thumbnails the size of a thumbnail. But I'd still probably incorporate it directly into the piece. Because it's more efficient. So that's why, excuse me, burping. Sometimes when I'm working, you'll see me do this when I'm starting out. and I do the big shapes on a layer, and then I come in and I do a little bit more, and then I come in and I start working out some basic details until I come in and I'm ready to start doing a proper sketch. When I'm this far out, this is essentially my thumbnailing, or the equivalent of. It's not necessarily the smartest way to do it, but it's one of the vibes. Also, thank you very much for the follow. Ha Winner, hi. And TY Yogi, hi guys, how you doing? Good evening, you lovely people. I love the slender and dainty look of the hands and arm. Oh, thank you very much. Well, that's the thing. I'm not, like, I can draw them, but I don't often naturally draw particularly slender and dainty types of feelings. Like, you can tell, even then I went quite thick on the legs again. So, it's obviously getting a very positive response from you guys. So I will try to do some more fun, super slender, dainty looks. Like, I'll tell you who I really want to redraw. My free Genshin Impact ladies. I really, really want to redraw Sucrose sometime. I fucking love her. So we might as well do Noelle as well, because I really like Noelle. But instead of the witch, who would it be? We could do Shenhe again. My Shenhe piece was a complete experiment in a totally different art style. We could tie her more into this. No need to be self-conscious about legs. Oh, more motion, thank you. You're having a mint chocolate? I'd fucking love a hot chocolate. I haven't had a hot chocolate in a million years. I'm being good again now. I'm eating boring food. Wait a minute, I've got a steak ready. Ah, okay, guys, we're going to take a break. I need to go for my steak. Let me save this flat. And we'll push these lines back and pull them forward really quickly. I'll put a layer on top of this really, really quick. But then I'm going to go cook some steak and we'll take a 15-minute break. And when I come back, we'll probably either keep working on this sword or we'll move over to video games. But that's a post-steak decision-making process. So what I'm going to do, guys, is now we're going to go and make a clipping mask. Place of mine. And I've got a medium grey. So I've got a load of white, which I've clipped, and a load of black, which I've clipped. And I'm going to see if I can work across with a very light brushstrokes, low opacity, medium grey atmosphere. Let's drop this down to about 38. And we're going to start pushing back and pulling forward. So with the white layer, we're pushing back. And then around here. And then on the black layer, we're actually using it to pull it forward here. Love me, and I the other mine. And now, can I get away with a zero distance drop shadow? Let's go right in here. Okay, that works really well on the whites, but not for black. So what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this layer. Put that clipping mask back. This layer up here, I'm going to keep those effects. This layer down here, I'm simply going to remove the effects. This layer is going to be our black one. And this is going to be our white one. So I'm going to erase all the black from here. And that's going to tie it right back in. Then we're going to take this layer, duplicate it. And we're going to merge this down here for another clipper. So the white layers have just a slightly darker fuzz around the outline, just to pop them. But the black doesn't. It keeps all that vibe. Also, I never quite grayed down this area here, so let's do a little bit of that. Ginger boy, ba ba da ba 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 da da. Let's give it another save. Oh, Jem, thank you. Another Noel fan. Yeah. Like, the starting characters you get are really good. You have to pull Sucrose, I think. But, like, you can pull her quite early on, from what I vaguely remember. Like, we need to open up my old Genshin save and start playing it again for sure. You could draw a Fire Rocker Musician girl in Genshin instead. Fire Rocker Musician. So this is it. I'm only drawing the girls that I've pulled. Technically, I don't think I pulled Shen-He, but don't tell anyone. Lizard, you know how to keep a secret, right? Shh. Lizard, I'm drawing Genshin characters that I may or may not actually have got on my save. But, you wouldn't dob me into the Rosas, would you, Lizard? You're hip. Da, 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 da. Okay, good so far. Never ever. Posture check, take a sip. I tried renaming the posture check. I remembered what we said now. We were going to rename it to Sit Up, Dickhead. But, unfortunately, it didn't comply with Twitch's policies. They wouldn't let me do it. Cheers for that care. I'm not feeling super amazing today, Lizard. I don't feel bad, but I feel like I've got like a tickle in the back of my throat that is very suspicious of that feeling you get the day before you wake up with a cold. And I've had it all night. Hope you feel better soon. Yeah, I'm hoping I'm not even ill. I'm really hoping I'm not ill at all, because we're about to do horror month. Horror double month. Guys, what do you call 2 months together? Like you know how like a 2 weeks is a fortnight? What's a fortmonth? So anyway, I'm about to go downstairs and cook a steak, but I'm just going to swig some alcohol to see if that helps my throat. Ah. Bill. 2 months together, that, my friend, is a relationship. Ah. Oh. Ah. I just got the power back at my house. We've had 2 lines down on my road from a storm. Oh god, that's a pain in the ass. Hope you guys have been managing okay. Have you been like just eating all the food in your freezer and stuff? You look after yourselves. Let me stop this recording. Otherwise that file's going to be massive. I have to split it up. So like I said, guys, I haven't quite nailed the feeling I want along the skin yet. Like a slightly textury, pimply highlight. Not pimply, but like a highlight with a feeling of grain to it. And I need to illustrate some sort of design actually is on this white swimsuit part. I think has like a dark grey design on it as well. But other than that, I'm not going to really overwork anything else. Maybe some highlights for this glove once we work out what we want to do. And I'm a little bit tempted to experiment maybe, because we've got a tiny bit of brown bounce. Yo, Tim! Tim Allen, thank you so much for 25 months. Tim, you've been absolutely hardcore for a while now, thank you. So we've got a bit of brown, warm bounce and stuff. But I'm still, because like, this background is, we're going to have like a cast shadow on the door and stuff. But I'm still going to have to like brush some greens and purples or something into this, otherwise it's horrible. Or like a big bar of light across it or something. So, I'm starting to wonder, can I sneak some more purples and stuff into the blacks of this? All of our darkest areas, can we just bring them up and make them a little bit blue and a little bit lighter? So we might play with just the suggestion of colour, but I don't want to add any more than I have to, because the whole feeling of this is kind of artificial. It's super crisp. It's super clean. But I like, but like it suits that character type. But we still need some shapes down here. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to take a 15-minute break. I'm going to go and have my dinner. We're going to eat some food. And then I'm going to come back and we're either going to work on this a tiny bit more, or if I'm not in a mood, we'll move over to a little bit of video games. But we're going to go have a break now. We've been going for going for a good few hours, haven't I? Oh, 5. There we go. We've been going for about 5 hours. So at least 4 of that's been work. So this is a good time for me to go and have some din-dins. Steak break indeed. No, thank you, Bro Sidon. Bro Sidon! Oh, no, don't say that. I'm Tim Allen. I really like the idea of the word Brosidon, or Brosidon. Beginning of God of War 3. Kratos versus Poseidon. However, Brosidon reminds me of Ice Poseidon, who used to be a really big Twitch streamer. And then he ran an exit scam, where he took advantage of his entire community and viewers to scam them out of... Was it like a... Didn't he run like an exit scam for like $300,000 or something? And he was just like, yeah, I set up an idea. I got people to invest in it with the risk of no return. And then I closed it, so they got no return. And then I bought myself out. It's just like, wow. Because like he used to just be a kind of a quirky guy, right? He's always live streaming. He's kind of got a quirky, weird, flappable nature to him. Sometimes he says he's at an airport, which is not a good idea, and gets the airports doxed and gets the airports shut down. And then he was just like, yo, what if we set up this amazing idea? And then like he was in an interview like a week afterwards, and he was just like, yeah, well, I've got to look after myself. I could give the money back, but I'm not obliged to, and I need to look after number one. It's just like, holy shit, he said it. Wow. If you've ever played Smite, there's a Poseidon skin. Are we talking about the god or the streamer? He's a great guy. He's my kind of chap. I love people like that. I love hanging around with those types of people. They're my favourites. Yeah, guys, 15-minute break. What I would suggest, if you love me, you'll swallow. If you love me, you will leave my tab open. But I'm going to be gone for 15 minutes. I'm going to eat some food and stretch. There are some amazing art live streamers live right now. Leave this tab open, you salty bitch. Right click, open new tab, Go say hello to some other art streamers. And eventually you're going to hear me come back. Hi guys, I'm back. And you can be like, oh, Mikey's back. Leave the tab open. I'm watching you. I'm counting my viewers. I've counted every single viewer and I've remembered every single name. When I come back, if that's not exactly the same, I know where you guys lived. Some of you have given me PayPal donations. I have your address. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. All right, I'm going to see you shortly. Thank you very much for popping in. Lizard, it's always lovely to see. Lizard. Look, I'm saying this is your friend. Please don't misconstrue me. You're a married lady, and I respect that. Lizard, you posted a selfie or a photograph on Instagram. I can't quite remember what it is. I think it's you just like hanging out in a garden. You're like near some flowers or you're near a tree or something. You're like, ah. I saw that photo, Lizard, and I was just like, that is a beautiful woman. Fucking hell. I was just like, man, like, and I think it's because you look quite happy in it, you're just enjoying life. I was just like, because I'm just sitting there like a slob going through my phone. And I was just like, look at Lizard the fucking tree wizard. She is fucking gorgeous. And I mean that as a friend. Please don't block me. I was just like, fucking hell, dude. Like, oh, it's a really good picture. All right, guys, I'll see you later. 15 minutes. Much love. Oh, hello guys. Oh, thank you very much for your patience. Oh. Oh, did Bill cheer 500 bitties? Yo, thank you very much, Bill Nash. Leaving noises. Bill drops sound effects when I leave. He does it just for chat. Ration Bill is ill, as in he's sick. He's super freaking awesome, riding buxom, awesome kind of guy. Here, Mimi Emilia. I think I gave you one too many Mimis just then. Shadow Wraith, Infinite Rap, Gem Blackthorn, WOT. Can you share the list you are currently listening to? Oh, we've been listening to one band for ages now. We're listening to the Divine Comedy. Just search the Divine Comedy on what? Yeah, let's change up this music. Let's see what else we got. Oh, this is a banger. I don't even know this. It sounds amazing. Yeah, well, you can keep looking. You'll find it. You'll find it. But you're absolutely right. That was also Dante. Mikey, have you lost your lip balm? Oh, Lady Zamos, I'm so sorry. Lady Zamos, that was just habit. That was habit. I got it right here. I apologize. I apologize. That was a blast from the past. Good steak, Mikey. Yeah, pretty good. It wasn't the best steak I've ever made for myself in my life, because I'm feeling a bit rough, and I'm worried that I'm going to get ill. But it was very good. It was really extra thick, so I like to cook it medium wet. This was barely medium rare. I did just under 2 minutes high heat both sides, followed by 2 minutes low heat both sides. But because it was so thick, in the middle it wasn't pink, it was still purple. And you know when you're having like a really rare piece of steak and your tongue goes over the texture difference of when the meat's pink and cooked versus where the meat's still purple and the cells haven't like ruptured through the cooking, so it still tastes like that smooth meat, but it's still warm and delicious. So I was kind of like salivating whilst I was eating, but I'd covered it in extra garlic, like shitloads of garlic and white wine vinegar, just so that I've got a whole load of garlic in my system, because I think that's supposed to be good for colds. Oh, Patreon question. Oh, I'm so sorry. I sent a message. It said to DMs. My anxiety went to his private messages. I'm glad he didn't notice them. Oh no, is it because I haven't? Is it because I'm behind? Wait, let me put my glasses on. Okay, I'm talking about the rewards when we get them, when we pay for the tiers. The method in which the tier rewards are given are quite confusing. Yeah, I've been getting out a lot recently. It's not you. Like, it's obviously not clear enough because a whole load of people have not been understanding the vibe. Tier 3. I'm a little confused because I heard that if you pay for a tier on a current month, the tier reward only comes a week after the next month. Yeah, so Warm Ocean Terrorist. Yeah, no. Warm Ocean Terrorist. Number one, all of your concerns are completely valid because I'm a bit behind. This that we're doing right here, this Near Automata should have been out on the 5th of this month because this is the July, part of the July rewards pack. So everyone who joined in July should have received this on the 5th. So I'm 25 days behind. Fortunately, for everyone who's joined this month, hey Tofu, I was talking about you earlier. Fortunately, everyone who's joined this month should still get their packs on the 5th, because I'm already halfway through the other piece of artwork. But yeah, so when it works perfectly, the month that you join or subscribe to, it should ideally, right at the top of the page, have this big kind of like how it works thing that explains the steps and gives you the link to the tutorials reference pack. But I don't think that's clearly guided to enough because nobody's been checking that. So like, oh, I'll tell you in just a minute, Petra. Lovely to see you, by the way. So like, yeah, the month that you pay for, what happens is in that month, anyone who joins, from my perspective, it gives me a list. So I wait till that month is over so that I have the full list of everybody who's been in that month. And then I send them their packs on the 5th of the following month. I might change that to the 1st. I might just slide it back up and just put it on the 1st. So any month when you stop subscribing, so say you've been following, but you've stopped subscribing this month. What is this month called? August. You will still receive a pack in the start of September because you've already paid for it. If that makes sense. However, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up a giant sample pack with Devil-chan. So once we get the August one sorted, the next art thing we're working on is a Patreon sample pack. So everyone who comes in immediately gets a pack. Even though it's not their rewards pack, it's just a bonus. But so they've got it immediately. Itami Funko, thank you so much, Itami. Itami, I've just come back from my dinner. So if I don't greet you, Itami, with the joy and aplomb that you definitely deserve, I've just been explaining, I'm feeling a bit rough today. And I haven't been feeling any better as the day's gone on, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. So I've just had a steak with a whole load of garlic, and I'm hoping the garlic's going to get rid of all the evil energy. I don't know how garlic works, but I ate a fuckload of it with my steak just now. I actually really like garlic to the point that I give myself poisoning. If I have too much garlic, my blood temperature goes up and I get a mild fever. But it doesn't stop me. I fucking love garlic. This is why I can relate to people who are lactose intolerant. When they're just like, oh, I still have cheese, it just makes me ill. I'm just like, yeah, I like that with garlic. Itami Funko, you are so fucking handsome. Thank you so much for those 5 gift subs. They have landed on Uzuzero, Something Pretty, Super Extra Bonus, Berillio, and Ambrosiosis 101. Itami Funko, thank you so much for the gift subs. Itami, the name on the wind. It's Itami Funko. Thank you so much. Thank you. Garlic is superior. You understand. Tofu, at the start of my stream today, I was just having fun. Just a little bit of fun and games. And I was talking about how, Tofu, I'm an old man in art. And how, oh, back in my day, you would open the art category on Twitch. And you'd have Maddie. Back then, you'd have Madeline Inc., Dave Grecu, Tofu Senshi, and you'd be grateful. And then, like, when I started the stream, I didn't realize that we had some other art streamers lurking, because obviously I don't ever look at my lurker list or anything, because I respect that privacy. So I started off, so I was just like, nowadays you come in here and you've got your Wannies doing their cosplay artwork, and I was just like giving it beef like an old man, just for fun. But of course Wannie was in chat. She was just like, oi. Anyway, I was talking, Tofu, about how you've been here before I have, and how you're like my art rock. I don't know if you're aware of this, Tofu, but you're like my safe space. When I see in the art category, I see Tofu streaming, I'm just like, yo, there's Petra. Petra's hardcore artcore. I remember Copic Petra. And then we just started talking about how amazing you fucking are at art. Like, dude, you were always really good at art back when I first internet met you. And it's like, yeah, she's really fucking amazing. But dude, the stuff you do now, and like, I've said this exact same thing to you, Petra, a year and a half ago. I've said the stuff that you're doing now is such an incredible step up, and you were already starting good. But I'm saying it again this year, and it still counts. Like, the work you're doing now, your grasp on your construction and how you're framing stuff and the fun you're having with the angles and the pose and the energy in your pieces. Oh, mate, you're so cool. Like, no, if I sound emotional, it's only because I've just eaten a whole load of garlic and I don't feel very well. But Petra, you are so fucking cool. I hope you know that. It's so fucking dope to see you do your thing. Oh, I need some tea. Kopik Petra is dead. I killed her. Yeah, don't mourn for Kopik Petra. She's dead, man. You told me about the opacity from pen pressure button. I will never forget. Basically, 99% of Tofu Senchi's standards and artwork is down to me because of that one tip. Oh, no, it's true, man. It's easy to say, Tofu, it's true. However, I won't say it again. It's just my emotions coming out because I'm really, really worried I'm going to be poorly. Oh. We've got 2 months worth of scary video games to start playing soon. Oh, let me just have this tea. Anyway, I hope you're having a lovely evening, dude. I hope you and Freak are all healed up and feeling better. I think Freak said he was walking again, right? Anyway, I hope everyone's well and happy. Oh god, I'm putting it off. Let's do some more work. Oh yeah, let's clean these glasses first. So much credit. Basically me. Basically me. Hashtag Mikey. Thank you, Jem. Oh, Beefy, is your keyboard set to a different language? Double check on your bottom right. You still set to English? Yo, Torch, have a good one, man. Thank you very much for hanging out today, dude. I'm glad you're back and typing. Have a bloody good evening. I'll check out that film you guys were talking about. What was it? Robots versus the Mackenzies. Disconnect when needed. Thank you for asking. Sorry for taking over your chat. Wait, what happened? Oh, War Motion Terrorist. Sorry. Did I answer your question? Do you not eat garlic raw? How dare you? Oh my god. I am not alone. Yeah, my garlic was crushed and raw, but it was in white wine vinegar. Like, I can't just eat raw garlic, but I can have raw garlic soaked in vinegar. Definitely. Or big chunks, mate, cloves of garlic in garlic stuffed olives. I can't remember the brand, but there's a brand you can get with some pretty chunky olives. And sitting in the sauce are just full cloves of garlic. And yeah, I can eat them. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I take it back. Raw garlic is definitely on the menu. That famous scene from Lord of the Rings. Looks like raw garlic's back on the menu, boys. Strider's looking through the debris. Legolas is reading the grass. There was garlic here. And here, uncooked. They ate it raw. Up into the forests. Sorry, guys, that steak has shut down my nervous system. Bear with. Oh, I'm going to change the music as well. We need to bring up the energy, so I'm going to put on Mikey's favorite. Can anybody guess? If you're... I will give a sub, or a sub to a nomination of your choice. If anyone can guess what video game soundtrack I'm about to put on, it is a medley... It is a cover medley soundtrack to a particular video game. Can anybody... But you have to tell me the exact... Which game is it? Oh. Almost. You're so close. Oh my god, everyone's boiling hot. Disco Beard. I am indeed about to put on the Final Fantasy VIII medley soundtrack cover. The same one I put on every single week because I love it. And with that in mind, Disco Beard, would you like to nominate somebody to receive a gift sub? Or I think I can click on your name. I don't know if I can double down your sub. Do you want to see if I can make you receive one? Or would you like to nominate someone in chat? They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. Volgross! Volgross! They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. Do you want to know what? I actually had this idea in my head a while ago of a kind of spin-off story of Lord of the Rings where they don't kill Saruman. Just random it. Just a rando. I mean, I will. I don't know if I can do that in my own chat. Oh, I'm being real here. I literally don't. I'm gonna go into my own stream from the outside perspective. Oh, I can gift a sub. Somebody random is receiving a subscription from Disco, and that random person is Vanta TDM. Vanta, you're back on the Subba Rub Rub. Thanks to Disco. Yeah, so I've had this idea in my head for a while. This is just one of the things, you know, just the stupid bullshit that cooks in the back of your head sometimes. Let's make sure I'm not recording. I'd like to apologize to everybody involved. So number one, let me go and get that FF8 medley. I barely have to type it in now. It knows. Every few years I comment on a video just to encourage the guy to never ever take it down. Problem is it's YouTube, so it's fucking loud. You have to be really careful. So I have an AU fantasy in my head. Now, as you guys know, I'm going to be doing a yaoi. It's going to be a deeply hardcore gay Hobbit Lord of the Rings doujin. But that's not this. Another sub thing I thought of is like a version of The Hobbit, right? Lord of the Rings, I should say. Jesus Christ, Mikey, I'm so full of food. Like, do you know how, like, in video games, you get the bad guy, right? And in the first movie, the bad guy is the bad guy, or the level 1 boss is the bad guy. And by the time you're later on in a movie, the antagonist has become more of like a, you know, borderline part of the crew. So I was thinking of a version of Saruman. Oh my god, I just hit with an advert. This, I'm literally 15 seconds into that fucking thing. And it got a more. Let me go onto my premium account. How dare you? Let's try that again, shall we? That just fucked my vibe. So I was thinking of an AU version of like Saruman. Obviously Gandalf breaks his staff. I take you from your office and your power. But they don't kill him. He doesn't fall off and die. And so I was thinking about like an AU version of the Lord of the Rings where they're all still going along. Like, now we must go and call the riders to Rohan. And then like, I don't know, it's Legolas, isn't it? I don't know what he's doing. He doesn't know where to put his hands. He's just putting him. He's going gangster. But like with all the people and you know Aragorn, for Frodo. Who the fuck's Frodo? For Frodo. Gimli down here. but like Saruman just still hangs out with them. So I was liking the idea of like eventually now that Saruman's powers, but he can still do like a little bit of magic, but now that he's essentially been neutered, he's got no one else to hang out with. So he's still just like he still just hangs around with him in the background, but he's totally benign. So like I just want a version of that where like, you know, he can still like he's got enough magic power to, I don't know, scare an orc or something. But like he slowly over time, because he's still hanging out with these guys, over time he slowly becomes kind of lovable again, if that makes sense. I don't know how to express it though. Because it's a time-based thing. But yeah, no, yeah, he starts off as a cockblock and he's really moody at first. But like after a while, you kind of realize that his only interaction is with these guys, and he slowly learns to value that. Oh, anyway, this Saruman's underneath my there we go, down here. Dirty little hobbits. Yeah, so Gandalf, all the yaoi stuff. So like all the like, I can't draw a single idea from that except for Gandalf the Thick. Yeah, no, I can't share that. It's too spicy. Oh, all right, back to work. Sorry, my mood right now is a constantly evolving thing based on how much I've digested my steak. We're gonna do a bit more drawing because I don't know if I've got games in me now. I think I might pass out a little bit later. So let's start recording, and we'll do a little bit of a design down the front. Yeah, so in the actual yaoi thing, Gandalf is Gandalf the Thick, and there's lore. There is lore, and basically all the Black Riders are just like, you know, rather well hung, charged Jamaican bulls. And those young hobbits, boy, do they bottom. Shit. So it's not going to be for everyone, that one. I appreciate. I might lose a few patrons over it. But as time goes on, I want to do one of every type of genre of adult anime. One of each. Okay, what I'm going to do, let's just go in with a curve. And then I'll recurve out. Elemental. Yo, Elemental, lovely to see you. I'll tell you what's making me really concerned is when I'm burping, the burp isn't coming all the way out like a fun mouth burp. It comes up into my throat and then I have to let it out, which is really weird. And that makes me feel like I might be being sick. That's why I'm getting sadder and sadder as the evening goes on. Elemental, you, however, are a light in my heart. Thank you so much. Thank you, Elemental. Gia for the resub. I'm feeling kind of ill, but not like a rapper. I think I'm poorly, but I can't afford to be, 'cause we'll soon be playing games. I'm going to cut out this shape, hopefully. You've still got the screenshot. Nice. Gandalf the Fabulous. No, afraid not. You wish. Just clearing my throat. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Elemental, Gachi, cheers. Would anybody like to see a picture that I'm still working on and perhaps tell me what the heck I'm doing? Lady Zamos, come get involved. Ba ba. My only disclaimer is that I may not be functioning at 100% of capacity, but I'll happily take a look anyway. Yeah, let's have a look. Oh, wow, it's an entire environment. Like, obviously, we had her, excuse me. God, that feels horrible. We had her sitting down in the chair before. She was looking great. Now you've got some floor. Now she's in a space. Is she in a club? Is she on a dance floor? Is she in a saloon? I like the tears in her jeans. But I have no idea what you want to do with it. What is your intent? And I'm only asking because you've obviously just said you have no idea what you're doing with it. But like, where do we go from here? Let's just use a sharp edge. I'm gonna razor real quick. Just come up here. Cut that off. I'm trying to remember that this is supposed to be on a plane that goes in that direction. I'm not really fulfilling that. I'm thinking of a little bar or a restaurant, maybe. I just wanted to draw a pretty lady. You and me both, mate. You and me both. Making it up as I go along. Yeah, no, keep following that feeling. You're doing really great so far. Read a short story every night. Write a short story every week. Oh, really? That's a great idea. Toby Fox is a really good guide on music. Experiment. Hey, Fire King. For a year, all of the short stories that are produced by you will be bad. But then you will learn how not to suck. It's kind of the opposite of what I'm trying to encourage people to do, but each to their own. That does feel a bit too much like a layer affectation, so I will play around with its levels as well. But let's get another set of lines on here, maybe. Possibly. One more multiply. One more multiply, my love. Do you want to zoom in, maybe, mate? There we go. Hey, Saxum, how you doing? Well, hey! And question. Hey, man, hey. Dude, you've caught me just after my dinner, so I'm super, super low energy. But I still appreciate your vibe. How are you? Do you think flipping and rotating a canvas should be a mandatory skill and a habit taught to new beginner artists? I would make it strongly suggested. I teeter carefully around mandatory anything. But yes, I would certainly encourage it, for better or for worse. Most definitely. I'm assuming you're very pro flip rotate. Wait a minute, is this a hint? Are you giving me a subtle hint? Mikey, it's time you flip rotate, because although it looks good, actually it's off just a little to the side. And if only you had flipped, then you would see past your pride. Okay, we've really only got to do the skin texture highlight stuff, and the sword, and then the cast shadow in the environment. You'll notice how I sort of very, very quietly stopped talking about the cast shadow of the arm. Let's find a fresh layer and just have a little experiment. Oh, Ufajukus Sekajek, how you doing? Time to save and blink. Oh, you alright, man? Yo, I'm not feeling very well. Yo, this is my get out of jail card. I've been feeling not amazing at the start of stream, and I moaned about it a lot, and usually when I complain about something, it goes away. But instead of feeling better, I'm actually feeling a little bit worse. So I've just had a massive meal in the hopes that I'm just going to have a whole load of food energy before bed and feel good tomorrow. Have you ever drawn a chick that looks like a chocobo? Vanta? Either you're slowly letting us on to your weird Kajinka sex fantasy, or you're just talking about baby chocobos, like little chocobo hatchlings. In either case, I accept. Let's go save a flat. Oh man, that dinner just changes me as a person. I feel like a different man now. This isn't it, but it's not a million miles away. Or a chocobo girl would be a harpy. Yes. Yes. There's some pretty good harpies in Elden Ring, actually. They actually sing beautiful morning sad songs. Oh, Naru. Oh, bloody hell, man. Thank you very much. I won't read that out loud because it's too self-aggrandizing, but yeah, I really appreciate you saying that. Bloody hell. That being said, though, I still don't know what we're doing with his shadow. Because... Vinosef... Because... Clean up these areas in good time as well. It's a bit... I'm being very selective with existing and non-existing shadows when I start doing stuff like this. Which is why I've been mostly painting things in for this one. And I'm going to leaving the cast shadow mostly for the wall. But I'm just having a little play around with possibilities. Just make this way simpler. I'm still too acute on the, no, you're cute. I'm still too acute on the angle on the arm. Oh, hey, Naggy. How you doing, you lovely thing? Can I share a link? Yeah, twitch.tv/Nagasaki. Everybody make sure you're following. Naggy, I'm really concerned. Well, I'm not that concerned, Naggy. Like, I know you have your ailments, but Naggy, I have a sore throat. I started stream with a slightly sore throat. And usually it gets better. I just drink loads of tea and chill out and strepsils. I actually feel ever so slightly worse than I did at the start of stream. But I've just eaten my dinner, so it might also be that. You'll love this. Let's have a look. Cult of the Lamb officially has more followers than the Church of Scientology on Twitter. Well done, Cult of the Lamb. Naggy, when I was Naggy, you might not know this about me. When I was a young man, Naggy, when not a young man, when I was literally a kid, I used to run around the castle. The Scientology headquarters is in the south of England, and as a little boy, I used to run all around that castle. In there, my mum had some I had some aunties and uncles, my mum's friends, who were Sinos. Mate, I have seen some shit. Like, inside the castle, they literally organise themselves like a naval academy. Like, that place has layers. Hmm. Oh, I'm pretty familiar with them. Lovely Scientologists. Lovely Scientologists. The important part is I don't want my house to burn down. But yeah, well done, Cult of the Lamb. Well done. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why is it like that? Why is it like that? Well done, Cult of the Lamb. Naggy, I'm just trying to get my head around how this shadow works. But I'm not bothered too much. I'm probably gonna call it soon. We've had a lovely day. We've made progress. But I like it's been a while since I've genuinely felt unwell. So I'm actually just I'm kind of surprised more than anything. I'm just like, why do I feel rough? And why have I been feeling worse as the day's going on? Normally eating food makes me feel much better. So I just ate a poisonous amount of garlic and it hasn't made me feel amazing. Usually, an unrecommendedly large amount of garlic puts me right back on track. Love it. Oh, Nagi, thank you very much. Yeah, we're slowly getting there. I appreciate that. What are you up to at the moment? Honey lemon ginger tea. I have ginger tea thanks to Crimson Vixen. The lovely Crimson Vixen sent me a tea pack. And you're fucking right. I'm going to cook it. I'm going to boil up some ginger tea. That is a great shout. I will do exactly that. I don't have any lemon, but I can do that. Cleany, sus. What are you talking about, Cleany? We're just working on shadows. Cool, no? I never get like the flu or anything, but the trade-off with autoimmune is not worth it. Yeah, Nagi, you're a fucking trooper. I kind of fell back into World of Warcraft last night, so, guys, I'm kind of addicted to WoW again. Oh no, Nagi. No, Nagi! Won't you please think of the viewers? No, bless your heart. Guys! Hey, guys! Right, one sec. Oh no, that's lens blur. Fuck. Bum 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 bum. Hello, thank you for the follow. Genius, how the devil are you doing? I convinced 2 friends to get WoW. Half my community's already installing it. Yo. It's definitely one of those games that I think there's always so many people who are on the cusp of giving it a go. It's either always WoW or Final Fantasy XIV. Unlike you, Nagi, I've remained pure. It's really just about self-respect. Nagi, I would never tell you how to live your own life, but I respect myself and I respect my body. Now, I'm not saying you don't, but I'm saying compared to you, I do. I love talking to people like that. Do you know how you get those people? And what they could do is they could just say, good for you. They could just say, hey, good for you. But do you ever get those people, apropos of nothing, who feel obliged to tell you all about their personal standards? Nobody's asked. As if it's some kind of test, as if their priest is watching. Look, I've got nothing against... Look, Nagi, you people who play WoW, I've got nothing against that personally, but that's not something that I would feel comfortable doing. And you're not going to see that kind of content on my channel. I'm not that kind of streamer. No one asked, mate. No one asked. Hashtag give it a couple years. Hashtag give it a couple years. I'm not going to start naming names, but we all know who I'm talking about. Maybe actually, do you know what? We probably don't. But the important part is, I do. Oh, Nagi, please. Please, Nagi, I'm feeling so rough. Thank you so much for those bitties. Fucking hell. Nagi, thank you so much for 5 fucking 100 bitties. Apropos of nothing. Wow, Nagy really loves that Cult of a Lamb success, and I feel you, and I feel that success. Thank you, Nagy. Oh, Elemental, what are you working on? Oh, Nagy, holy shit. I will think of you as I go to bed tonight, Nagy, but don't worry, you're safe. I'm too tired for one of those. Oh, Elemental, nice. Oh, lots of bushy texture. Your hanging foliage has a very similar texture to the grass and the bushes as well. What are you going for here? It feels very warm. It's like an inviting space, but is it slightly suffocating? Time to see if you can beat the final boss in Elden Ring. Yo, Beefy, have you had a 2-month break? I fully understand that. I understand it and I respect it. I'm not sure how much we need to go down this alley. I'm really not sure. I'm just going to slightly soft erase from the bottom up. Oh, Jesus, too big, too big, too big. Nagy, thank you so much for those bitties. Thank you, dudes. I've just reached a point where not even my burps are fun. Like, they feel trapped, and it makes me feel like I'm just going to be sick. It's a commission with a forest ruin scene, and a character's going to be sat on a flat portion. Kind of secluded, but going for an early morning vibe. With rich yellow cast lights. Oh, in that case, keep us updated as you go along. Sounds like you've got a really strong image in your head as to how things are going to turn out. So you have my attention. And my bow. And my axe. Am I on the right layer? No. What am I doing on this layer? Wait, have I... Oh my god, Nagy! Nagasaki has just dropped 3,000 fucking bitties. Holy shit, Nagy. Holy fucking shit, Nagasaki. Thank you so much, you delicious egg. I hope you're having a lovely time and wow. Nagasaki and Itami are the big swingers. Oh my god, thank you so much. Nagy. Fucking hell, dude. Jesus, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't forget Gandalf's thick ass. I never will. I will never die. Was I just painting in? Maybe I wasn't erasing. I think I was using the brush and not the eraser tool. Oh. That's going to explain quite a lot. Yeah. Okay, one sec. Let's just, let's come... Yeah, okay, that's on me. I was brushing in the colour tone. I had no idea what was going on. Wow, I must be tired. Nagy, fucking hell, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No worries, keep doing it. Oh, right back at you. Oh, fucking delicious egg over here. Jesus. Oh, by the way, dude, thank you so... Oh, by the way. Thank you so much for organising us to play Among Us. I know organising live streamers is a fucking nightmare. I don't even like doing stuff with other people, Nagy. I don't like playing games or co-op. I have a lot of fun when I do it. I genuinely enjoy it when I do it. But I avoid co-op stuff so hard. But dude, it was such a good evening. I was shattered. It was like... We were playing... Well, I don't know how long you guys went for after I left. But I think we were playing for like 3 and a bit hours. Mate, that flew by. That was well good. That was a well good evening. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know if I've minimized it to the point that it's no longer effective, or if I've minimized it to the point where it's no longer intrusive. Oh, well, that's the end of that song. File, save. Let's call it there for the artwork. We've got the sword, the skin highlights, the cast shadow, and the environment yet to go. But we're pretty much where we want to be. I'm not overworking any one area. It's all simple all over, but it's very clean. And I think that's what's really making it effective. So allow me to save a flat copy. One quick moment. Yes, just over here. Yes. Oh, thank you so much, man. Everything. Yeah, it flew by. Yeah, fucking right it did. Oh, Jem, thank you so much. Let's just find one outro song. Oh, well, guys, I'm genuinely surprised. I thought that dinner was going to put me right. And like always, when you digest your dinner, you go through a little emotional cycle of digestion. But if anything, it's just highlighted that I'm not feeling 100%, and it has not made me feel better. Thank you for coming to the live stream. I know of a place where we've been streaming, and all of you had me believing. A community that chills out and draws artwork. I'm not feeling very well. After all, I've got a little thing in my throat. It's the full of the mikeymegamega perfect health stream. So today we'll call it now, so I can go and play and also lay down, so I'll be feeling good for another day. I was going to keep going, but he started that next line really, really quickly. We'll leave it. You guys are absolute delicious eggs. Zico, thank you very much for saying. Jem, I hope you're having a lovely day. Korean artist vibes. Yeah, it's all about catching EO58 in the morning. There is a secret streamer on this platform. They have no VODs. They record nothing. They announce nothing. And they don't speak English. EO58. Just like it's like seeing a unicorn. If you see EO58 streaming, you stay. Because you'll never know when you see them again. Luna, totally not. Nagi, Jem. Thank you all for the subs, resubs. Nagi and Atami for all of that support. All of you lovely people today. It's been a pleasure, of course, as ever. Let's see. Who's doing stuff on the internet? Many people. Of an ancient radiation, God's dismembered constellations, glimmering radio stations. Sinatra sings stormy weather. Get along together. Oh, I know who I want to raid, but I don't think they accept raids. I think her raids have been turned off for years, but I'm going to test just in case. Damn it, yeah, she's not into that. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm so into her. She's just totally not into any of that shit. Okay, guys. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Hello. How long's she been on for? Ah, we're gonna raid Dizzy Kawa. Guys, I'm gonna take her over to just a wonderful art streamer. And a gorgeous egg / raid Dizzy Kawa. If you guys don't already know Dizzy Kawa, she has such a wonderful Russian accent. It's gorgeous. Her artwork is fantastic. She's an art teacher. Her structure is sublime. Her values, valorific. Her composition, composed. Her art output, generous and rich. You'll love it. She's always onto something that just blows my fucking mind. Let's go say hello to Dizzy Kawa. Guys, thank you very much for hanging out with me. You can indeed, if you like, do a raid call. As you know, I'm such a grumpy old guy. I never really mind. Just go there and say hello and be polite. That's all I ask. If you want a raid call, you can go in harder for mega raids. I do appreciate it. Let's say hello to Dizzy Kawa. I can't stay too long. I think I'm going to go to bed and read Malazan, Book of the Fallen. Whoa, yeah. Thank you for coming. Have a lovely night after this live stream. Everyone say hello to Dizzy Kawa. She's such a lovely Russian live streamer doing art. Her attitude is great and it all comes from the heart. Let's go and say hi on a raid.